I now call the meeting of the Code Enforcement Board to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Hillsborough County Code Enforcement Board hearing. When addressing the board, please state your name, address, speak clearly into the microphone. If you're planning to speak during the hearing, you must sign in the speakers list located at the door. Presentations by the county respondent or respondents in opposition will be kept to a maximum of 10 minutes each. The board may recess at 12:30 and reconvene at 1:30 to conclude business if needed. The basic procedure is as followed. Your case will be announced. Ms. Meyer will conduct the oath of witness. Staff will present their evidence on your case. You will be allowed to rebut the evidence and explain what has occurred. I will close the hearing. The board will deliberate, make a motion. Then I will announce a decision. All decisions are based on the gravity of the violation, actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history. The board may ask questions and allow other witness testimony if necessary. The board issues an order for compliance. It is your responsibility to notify the code enforcement officer on or before the date ordered to demonstrate that the violation or violations have been corrected. Depending on the order, the code enforcement staff may later have to conduct an inspection to see if you've complied. If staff believes you have not complied, you'll receive a notice by mail. By law, you have 10 days to contest the notice. Otherwise, it will be considered correct and a lien may be placed against your property. If you have any questions, these rules are outlined in Hillsborough County Code Ordinances and Laws, Chapter 14, Article 2, Section 14. Any person who decides to appeal the decision of the Code Enforcement Board will need a record of the proceedings. The record is comprised of testimony and evidence upon which an appeal is based. It is your responsibility to ensure a verbatim record of the proceeding is made. By law, you have 30 days from the date of the order to appeal the board's decision to circuit court. Before we begin, please silence all electronic devices. Ms. Meyer? We need a roll call.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Bordenaro?
Here.
Boland? Boyd?
Here.
Clayton? I'm sorry, Clayton? Durazio?
Here.
Lorenzen?
Present.
Urbaniak? Wright? Brasilla?
Here.
All right, was Miss Clayton here?
Might want to shut your door.
No, she is not.
Okay. All right, you have quorum.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meeting, which was April the 30th. We have a motion.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second, Lorenzen.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. If you would, when you say a motion, please say your name. And the second also, please say your name. It's easier for them to transcribe because of the hearing problems we're having. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Meyer, it's time for the administrative oath.
All county staff who will be testifying must take the oath of witness, including those who may be testifying virtually. I don't know if there are any. Stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Yeah.
First case is on page 1 of the agenda. Under continued cases, number 2, case number CE 2000-6484. The owners are Juanita and George Kennedy. Location 2408 Wishing Well Circle. And I believe the Kennedys are here. This case was continued from the hearing on January 29th. And I believe the board members have a case history in their packets.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand to take the oath of witness? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And both of you state your name and address.
Juanita Kennedy,
And
2408 Wishing Well Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33619.
George Kennedy, 2408 Wishing Well Circle, 33619.
Thank you.
Officer?
You said okay? Good morning. Officer Salad with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question here is located at 2408 Wishing Well Circle and is owned by George and Juanita Kennedy. I first inspected this property back in May 5th of 2020 and it was cited for accumulation, inoperable vehicles, fence zoning, and outside open storage. This case came to court in January of this year, and at that time, all the violations have been complied except for the fence zoning. The case was continued for 60 days, but for some reason, then that future court date got canceled, and we're here today. And as of today, the fence is still in existence. I spoke to the Kennedys either yesterday or the day before, and they told me that they submitted paperwork for a variance in order to keep the fence. But as of right now, they haven't heard anything from the county.
Okay, which one of you wishes to speak first?
I'll go through. My name is George Kennedy. Donna, I would call to try to do everything he asked me to do, and I did it. Okay. Furthermore, in the fence, I went and had a survey to come out and find out where my property. I have court proof, Hillsborough County court proof showing where my property at, where the people could put down there. I had about 3 or 4 people to come out and move my fence and put it up right. This person next door, 2406, that's just be 2 times. They already started something with the people there. They won't let them put them down, and the people won't even come back out to do nothing. I can't do it. And then I paid the money for the survey to come out there and survey it, and they told them, they put stumps down and told them there'd be 1, 2, 3 misdemeanor if they pick up the stem. They pick them up, throw them on the green box. The officer down had the officer, Hillsborough County officer, to come out there and everything. And they said the only way it is that if they don't, that one of them told me to let them have it. That's my property. And if I want to sell my house, I can't be able to sell it If I want to get a loan, I can't be able to get a loan because that's my part of the property. They want everything they own there. All I asked to put my fence down, and they won't let nobody come in their yard. The police told them put a no trespassing sign and the private property. And the reason why they doing that, they got dogs that sits on the survey people. They also argue with them, and I can't go through this. I've been through it and tried to be nice about it because the little kids, his little few grandkids, and I got grandkids too, but I just can't be arguing people like that. I had 4 strokes, and I'm not having nothing for them.
Okay, sir, what do you plan to do?
Okay, if I can speak. If I can speak, I have submitted a letter via email to the code enforcement, and that was back in, I want to say, the beginning of April, mid-April. And she told me I needed an application. She submitted back to me for the application, but I was unable to choose which application I needed. I mean, I'm working on the variance. My husband have called to find out how much the variance runs and stuff like that, and they say it can run from 700 to a couple of thousands. And I mean, we're working on it diligently, but I mean, I have police reports where, you know, I have problem with the neighbors. That's why I have a high fence. I had people steal my tag. That's why I have a high fence. That fence has been in existence for over 15 years. And I mean, 15 years is a long time, but I'm still trying to work on it to be able to keep my fence.
The fence have to come down because they don't.
But if I have to take it down, I guess I take it
Yeah,
down.
it's gonna have to be taken down because they done bent my fence. They got a pool. I got pictures and everything. They got where to put the pool right by the fence, jump off the fence into the pool. The other guy, he put something on there, and this little tropical cane where you like a tar that you put on fence. And he put it on my fence, and I told him don't touch that fence. He put it on my fence. It blew my fence in the middle.
It bent my fence.
Bent all of it. So, I mean, I got pictures of everything, so.
But the thing is, we're just trying to keep ourselves safe from, people coming in. Our work, he's disabled. I mean, it is what it is. The only thing I can do is, like I say, keep trying to find out about the variance. I mean, that's a lot of money for a fence when it's been up there for 15 years and I never had a problem.
And they doing fast things, so they're doing fast things
Code
over there.
enforcement has been by my
He's doing his job.
hundreds of times.
Okay, I understand what you're both saying. The thing of it is, the fence cannot be the way the fence is. So what are your plans to take care of this problem in a reasonable amount of time?
Okay, you can give me at least 30 days. If the variance is too expensive, the fence is gonna have to come down and I'm gonna have to try to put a shorter fence.
Okay,
No, I'm gonna have to ain't nobody gonna put it down for you.
Well, they'll do the front. They won't.
all right. Members of the board, do you have any questions for them?
No, Anthony, I just have one question for the inspector. It's hard to hear over here. What's the height of the fence?
Wait,
6 feet.
it's 6 feet, just like other people, the ones that got pictures of.
The only thing is,
They
It's
sell
a-
drugs over
it's
there.
a chain link fence that's 6 feet. But what happened was people was jumping the fence and it was messing it up. So we bought the black wrought iron that you
Ma'am?
see.
He asked the inspector a question.
Oh, I thought you was talking to me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Vasilla.
The fence is 6 feet, and it needs to just come down to 4 feet.
Okay. Any other discussion from members of the board? Does somebody want to make a motion? Mr. Lorenzen.
Be happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. Moving case CE 2000648 based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the grant violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, a grant 60 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $100 per day be assessed.
What do you say?
Boyd, second that motion.
How about it?
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You have 60 days. Do something with it or $100 a day fine.
Okay, sir.
Next case, please.
100 days for what?
Oh, 60 days. I
What do you
got
say?
the email. I was gonna pull up the email.
Turn to page 21 of your agenda. Number 44, case number CE 21007013. The owner is REO Recovery Lawyers LLC, location 8941 South Bay Drive. We have service. And we don't have anyone signed in, but the inspector is going to go ahead and testify.
Okay, go ahead, Inspector.
Good morning. Code Enforcement Code Enforcement Officer Raquel Andujar. I'm here to present case 8941 South Bay Drive. My first visit at the property was May 19th. This property was recently purchased via foreclosure. They're a third party. They're investors that rehab properties and resell. Contact has been made with Jackie Santiago. She's the office coordinator. The property has been vacant, abandoned for a couple of years. So this new owner has drained the pool, placed a temporary cover. The screen enclosure is missing the screens. There's no fence around the property, therefore, and it's a corner lot. So the pool is considered unsecure, although it's temporarily covered. Additional violations are the roof or the soffit fascia. Accumulations and overgrowth has complied. We are requesting a remaining compliance for the pool sanitation. Although there's a cover, it does rain, so it's going to fill up again. And the pool is still unsecure.
Okay, so I have this right. You're saying the pool barrier and the access gate and the pool sanitation, it's covered, but it's not properly covered.
Correct. It's a temporary fix.
Okay. So there's still a danger with the pool.
Yes.
Thank you. Board members, any questions?
This is Lorenzen. I'll be happy to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I move in case CE 21007013 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 45 days to come into compliance on items R11.710 screens, R11.7.4 roofs and or parts thereof, R11.7.19 windows and exterior doors. For items, I grant 3 days to come into compliance for items S13.2.1 pool barrier and S13.2.1.11 pool barrier access gates. For item S13.5, I also grant 3 days to come into compliance for pool sanitation. Second part of my motion, I move in case CE 21007013 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property was in violation of Hillsborough County Codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. For item S13.5 pool sanitation, I find the property is now in compliance with this code provision, order that it remain in compliance with this code provision.
Yeah.
Failure to meet any of the timelines listed above results in a penalty of $300 per day.
We have a motion. Do we have any discussion or?
$300 per day on each of the 45 days and a pool sanitation? Pool sanitation, you're saying 300 too? I'd like to see it at 500. I think that's always been the standard on that because when it's express danger.
I'm going to keep my motion the way it is.
Okay,
I'm going to stay where I am, $300 per day on all items.
Okay?
okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second, Jean Durazio.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Oppose?
Oppose.
Okay, Mr. Priscilla opposes. Motion carries. Next case, please.
Could you verify the amount of the fine? I didn't quite catch that.
$300 per day,
For each part?
all line items.
Thank you. Turn over to page 22, number 46, case number CE 20017477. The owner is Edilberto L. Rios, and this is regarding a property that is a vacant lot. And we have service, and we have several people signed in, both virtually and in person. So if you're here for this case and want to speak, now is the time.
I'm here and would like to speak up.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address.
Giovanni Benedetto,
And your address?
114 South O'Brien Street.
And how are you related to this case?
I'm the tenant.
You're the
on
tenant,
property.
okay. Okay. Carmine, could you put up the photos, please, so I can?
Good morning.
Do you recognize the property in that photo, sir?
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And I believe someone virtual wants to speak, and I need to give them the oath.
I'm ready.
Tyler Young, are you there?
I am.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address.
Tyler Young, 4105 West Neptune Street, Tampa, Florida 33629.
And how are you related with this case?
Part of the company that is a tenant, but I'll defer speaking time to Mr. Benedetto.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, officer, just to clear something up here. It says it's a vacant lot, but yet I heard somebody say they're a tenant. Is it occupied or unoccupied?
It is unoccupied.
Then how do we have tenants?
Tenants is in there leasing the property. There's an
Okay,
abutting
go ahead.
property with a house on it, which has the same owner, which it's my understanding that Mr. Young lives there, but I'm not 100% sure. But this property is a separate folio.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. We're here this morning to discuss this unaddressed folio that is holding events. It's functioning as an agritourism site, and they're having events, parties, weddings, and they're not a bona fide agricultural use as defined by a greenbelt. We've had a number of complaints, and that's why we're here today. We've made contact several times with tenants, but to the best of my knowledge, we haven't spoken with the owner.
Okay, which one of the tenants wishes to speak first?
I will go ahead and speak.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, we want to thank all of you board members for spending your time on us today. The property in question is 16925 Tobacco Road, Lutz, Florida. I can assure you the property is occupied. It's roughly 10 acres of agricultural land zoned ASC 1. Our company, SB Nursery and Gardens, is currently operating under a lease option with the owner, Edilberto Rios, and we are here speaking on behalf of ourselves as tenants and on behalf of Mr. Rios as the current owner. The property has been cited for conducting agritourism activities. The initial NOV stated that we were to cease events until we gain approval. We seek to have the board understand, for some context, that these activities have been conducted on this property for no less than 10, but up to 20 years by most, if not all accounts. As a matter of fact, Carnes Stables, Inc., a for-profit corporation, was established with a principal place of business of 16925 Tobacco Road in March of 1998. Importantly, the activities in question were allowed as a result of what we understand to be a Greenbelt designation, and the Carnes family maintained a Greenbelt designation for as far back as Hillsborough County property records will indicate, which is the year 2007. But we believe they've always held Greenbelt ever since 1998 or possibly earlier. It is also our understanding that the Greenbelt designation was not awarded to the property in 2019 or 2020 for technical reasons. Simply put, the applicant was not well informed of how the process works after the ownership changed from the Carnes family. And candidly, we do not feel perfectly clear on it either. However, the moment we received the citation from another code enforcement gentleman, Mr. Favors, the citation which brought us all here today, we immediately set out to apply for the Greenbelt designation ourselves. We also immediately invited Mr. Favors to our property and showed him our agricultural operation. Regarding our Greenbelt application, we would like the board to know that we have been as diligent and proactive as possible. We filed the application timely and requested an early decision on our case to potentially avoid this very moment, but we're informed that final decisions would not be made until the month of June. Although, once awarded, the Greenbelt status would be effective for the entire year. For this reason, we would like to humbly request that the board delay any decision on our case until the July meeting, when we expect to have a positive result on our Greenbelt application. While we are here, we would like to comment on the citation itself. Our understanding from dialogues with Mr. Favors is that even though the activities on the property have remained unchanged for the past 23 years, there's now a neighbor that does not like us and is therefore complaining that noise is an issue. We wholeheartedly disagree that noise ever has or ever will be an issue. We operate as a wholesale plant nursery. We do not keep any loud animals on the property, nor do we operate heavy or loud machinery. Any and all agritourism activities end at or before 10 p.m., and we do not tolerate any sound levels above the prescribed decibel level for the community ever. In summary, thank you again for reviewing our case. This property apparently incurred a loss of its Greenbelt status for technical reasons, and we have taken every step possible to restore that status and communicate our plan with code enforcement. We hope that code enforcement will work with us while we resolve this matter in as timely a fashion as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
Okay, so what you're saying is you've applied, you're waiting, and you should know by July or August whether it's a go or a no-go, correct?
Yes, sir. That is our understanding.
Okay. In the meantime, you're not going to be holding any events?
So the very complicated issue that we face is when we took tenancy, events were already pre-scheduled. And many of them were through the year 2020, which was a COVID year, a pandemic year. And so many events were pushed out, and people didn't want to host their event, but they're trying and expecting to host their event. So those events have been pushed out. There are pre-scheduled events. I'm not exactly sure when or if any are going to occur between now and August, but that is possible. Yes.
Board members, do you have any questions? No questions? Somebody wish to make a motion or a continuance?
Pardon me, Mr. Bornero?
Yes.
There are other people that signed in. I'm not sure if
okay.
they want to speak.
I thought one deferred to the other, but
No,
You can
there
ask.
was several people that signed in. I don't know if they want to speak or not, but I just want to make sure they have the opportunity if they want to.
that's fine. Yes.
We see you. Come up to the podium, please. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address.
Linda Purefoy, 16904 Tobacco Road, Lutz, Florida, 33558.
And you are a neighbor to this property.
I am.
Thank you.
First, the Carnes, who owned this prior, they opened it up as an equestrian stable and riding school. It was not this venue. Okay, we understand that hosting weddings and parties are their livelihood, but that should not be considered in this hearing because this is one. Because when deciding on a location, they should have done their due diligence and research to assure it is zoned for such a business and not assume just because the previous property owners ran that same business that it was legitimate. And there's a difference. The current host has upped their game. And unlike the previous business hosts, they have really increased the frequency in which the events occur, especially around holidays and weekends too. The second one. Back up to the second one. No, the other one that you just, that one. Okay, we want to know when the property was inspected, was there a cease and desist order? Because if so, the current business has not complied. And that tells me they have no respect for codes or regulations. And if issued a rezoning, no matter what stipulations are attached, they would not adhere to them, as they have proven with the cease and desist order, because they have not. I have a recording I'll let you hear in regard to the noise just Saturday. And I live far away. Okay, the next one.
Okay, hold on 1 minute, please, ma'am. If staff would, is there a cease and desist order? Was there one placed?
We do not issue cease and desist orders. We don't have that authority.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. There was
Okay,
no
well,
cease and desist.
Even after they've been cited for the violation, they've continued. Okay, the current business has, okay, this is proof that they are still hosting weddings and parties. Go to the next one. This is as late as 3/25/21. Somebody wrote on the knot about their venue and how they enjoyed it. The next one. Go on to the next one. That's the manager. Okay, these shiny roofs, these two, right around that pond, those are new structures. Now, I would like to know whether they've been permitted or not, and whether a permit has been issued for those. Okay.
Ma'am, that would be under the permitting department. That's not what we're here for.
Okay, that's good. Okay. But it's another indication that they are expanding the business, and not only with advertising, but with further developing of the property. The next one. This is the property. It's not just that empty lot up there on Happy Tales and Tobacco Road. This is the entire property. The county's code enforcement document indicates it as only encompassing the vacant field, but as you can see, it is much more extensive. Because right down there where the shiny roofs are, that's where they're hosting. Okay, may I play audio? This,
Certainly, if it's
Go
not
to
too
the
long,
next one.
'cause you only have 10 minutes total.
excuse me?
I said you may play it if it's not too long. You only have 10
It's
minutes
not, it's very
total.
short. That's my neighbors. Did you hear the 1, 2, 3? This is where I recorded it. See the pink dot? Can I continue? I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to know if I can continue. Thank you. The pink dot is where I recorded it. In my video is the yellow house. And the venue, you can't see it, but it's all the way up there. And I can still hear it. I not only hear that, outside I hear the noise and the loud music, and I'm far, far away, as well as not only noise and music, but the thumping. When I'm in my house, I hear the bass. It's thumping. So if I can hear it, I feel for my neighbors. Next, please. Next. Next. Okay, these pictures better show how extensive the venue property actually is. It also shows you where the stables and wedding venue for the Cairns was. Okay. The venue property actually has plenty of room to expand, and expansion with more land improvements will attract many more clients. Thus, the venue becomes even more of a neighborhood nuisance than it is currently, not only with the loud music, but the increased traffic. Most of all, because we are so far away from them, and we deal with the issue of the noise and the thumping of the bass. But we're here for our neighbors. If it disturbs us as far away as we are, we can only imagine the stress it inflicts on those neighbors in close proximity to the property. When canvassing the neighborhood, the Tobacco Road neighbors that didn't seem to mind the loud music expressed that they or an organization they belong to used the party venue or were afraid of repercussions. I have a neighbor, he's going to talk about the septic system and the road width. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. We're not going to be talking about the septic system. What we're talking about is improper usage of zone, but we will listen to the other witness.
It won't accommodate. They have such huge amounts of people. You can't rezone it if it won't,
Ma'am,
if the septic
ma'am.
won't accommodate.
As I said, we're here
Okay, thank you.
for improper use of zone.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Who else wishes to speak?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Olga Rivera, and I live at 16918 Tobacco Road. I live right across the street from
Excuse me,
169.
ma'am. Raise your hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And did you state your name and address?
Olga Rivera, 16918 Tobacco Road.
Thank you.
Thank you. My husband and I are peaceful people, and we purchased our home on Tobacco Road in Lutz almost 10 years ago, not just because of the space and location, but because of the zoning. Tobacco Road has brought us much joy, and we call it our forever home for ourselves and our family. We love our neighbors, we love our environment. Our peaceful lives inside the concrete walls of our home and outside on our patio are everything but not since Sawyer Weddings and Events started operating from the old Carnes Stables home. It has been very stressful to live across the street from them. They have had events during weekdays as well as most weekends. The events run as early as 2 p.m. until 10 p.m. Sometimes they even may carry on past 10 p.m. At times, the music seems to increase at 7 p.m., preventing us from hearing television in our family room and causing that we raise the volume to an uncomfortable level. When family members visit, we have to explain that we now live across the street from an outdoor wedding venue. If it is difficult to listen to television, you can only imagine how difficult it can be to have a normal conversation in the comfort of our family room or outside the back or front patios. Asking family members to speak up at the dinner table so that I can hear them over the noise is just not the norm I am comfortable living with. These ongoing disturbances are impacting our life, our way of life. The coming times for us to relax and enjoy time with our family have turned into the least relaxing times in the comforts of our home. I request that our zoning is not changed to accommodate event venues on Tobacco Road to preserve our quality of life, the community, and our property values. And I thank you for your time.
May I speak?
Morning.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Kurt Steffen, 17106 Tobacco Road.
Thank you.
As far as this gentleman saying that this wedding venue has been going on all these years, I've been on the street since I've been 22, 58 now. These wedding venues, like the other lady had said, that it was a stable. They did training and stuff on there. It was not wedding venue. It was at the end that they started to do this, and they did go for a permit at one time, and they were denied. They were going through court and stuff for this to do this wedding venue. These people came in, and my house sits probably I'm directly across the street. I own 10 acres right in front of it, all the way down. And these people are so loud that when they turn their bass on, I can hear the DJ. And my house has got double pane windows, and the house is way back in the woods, and my windows shake in my house.
I apologize. Can we stop for 1 second? Call-in user ending in 38. Can you please mute your microphone?
So to know.
Call-in user, thank you.
Are we good?
Continue.
Thank you. The noise is so loud that my house is a newer home, and my windows shake in my house on the weekends and during the week when they have these events. There's a subdivision behind me called Van Dyke Farms. My neighbors have complained, thought I was having the music that was that loud. I can hear the DJ talking about the garter belt, the girls screaming, and all the stuff. And this goes down way past 10 o'clock. It doesn't stop at 10 o'clock. And it's so loud that I can't even sit on my back porch and watch a fireplace because of this commercial music that these people are playing. Now, I've been on that street for many, many years, and it's just not fair that I have all this money invested in this place, and people come in here and they rent the place. They don't even live here. They go home to a quiet neighborhood, and I got to put up with their noise. Now, we all have air horns on our truck. Hate to ruin their weddings, but we will. This is where it's at. We're tired of it. And somebody's got to do something about it, because the law is going to be there every weekend because their weddings aren't going to go through. Bottom line, we've had it. So,
Okay, sir, I've got two questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Question one, you said they had gone to court to get approval to do what they were doing, and they did not win. Do you have any proof that they went to court and they were denied the agricultural permit?
This was from the county.
I'm
that
asking you a question, sir.
No, I don't. I don't have the proof in
Okay,
front of me.
thank you.
Okay.
Question number 2. You stated that they don't live there. They go home to their private,
Correct.
quiet homes.
Correct.
You know where these individuals live?
Well, like the gentleman said, they don't live there. They rent.
Okay,
they
so
rent the
you don't,
property.
you have no idea whether they live in a quiet, secluded neighborhood or not.
No, I don't, but I don't want their noise in
Okay.
my neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else needs to speak? Okay, board members, Mr. Russow.
May I speak one? Okay.
Oh, there's 3 more? Let's go.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. My name is Corinne French. I live at 16909 Tobacco Road, and we've lived there since 82. My husband retired from the military, and we built our home there. And we own 2 acres there. Now it's gotten so at nighttime, even in my bedroom, I can hear the music in my bedroom. Our street is a 2-lane road, and it's not really stand for the traffic that we are getting from this. Before that, that place was a horse farm. And now they've taken it over, and it's just, it vibrates my windows. I'm one
Okay,
house.
ma'am, we've heard about the noise. We have heard about the traffic. We've heard about the quiet neighborhood. Do you have anything else to add to what we've heard?
Well, before they started this, we were a quite peaceful neighborhood. I have cancer, and this just, I can't deal with it. You know, and like I say, I built my home in 82, and it was a peaceful place until they started this. And it's just, the noise is just unreasonable.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything to say that does not have to do with the noise, the traffic, etc.? Do we have any more witnesses to speak?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address.
My name is William R. Hernandez. I live at 17215 Tobacco Road. I've been there since 1978.
Thank you.
These comments, and to go back to a question that you had, the gentleman said he lived on Neptune Street, which is in South Tampa. And yes, that's a very nice neighborhood that I'm sure does not have the issues that they're placing on us. I live 0.2 of a mile north of this property that's being discussed. And it has an impact. The noise, the traffic, all these things. But to me, the biggest issue is just the blatant disregard for all of the people who live in this neighborhood. I find it unbelievable that they would come in and do these kinds of things and put this is not neighbor against neighbor. This is people coming from South Tampa, which is fine, and coming into our neighborhood and disrupting it. I can tell you that we can tell when there's going to be an event because of traffic on Tobacco Road, which is a very narrow 2-lane highway that actually has speed bumps on it because of the problems with traffic. And this has just magnified that. So we see it coming and we say we might as well go inside because the noise is going to start very soon. So we just ask for your help. Please do something to help this neighborhood who we've enjoyed tranquility and peace and great neighbors. The Carnes who lived there, they were there, I think he said for 23 years or whatever. I think you'll find there was never a complaint against the Carnes because they respected their neighbors. And that is my biggest complaint. We just want to live in peace and tranquility like we always have and not have to put up with this nonsense where they just have no regard for anybody else. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
May- may I
Is
may I
anybody
speak?
else there to speak?
We have one
I'll-
virtual.
I'm the virtual,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to quickly address that it seems that a lot of the neighbors are upset about the noise. This is not or thinking that we're trying to rezone this to some commercial use. That is not the attempt here. It's unfortunate that we have not been reached out to by any neighbors with regard to any noise. So this is quite shocking that they're coming to us. But this issue is about use, as you've said, and it really depends on Greenbelt. The Carnes were allowed to host agritourism activities because they had Greenbelt. We conduct a business that is agricultural. We just have not had that designation blessed by the property appraiser, it's just a weird way they do it, where you get Greenbelt through the property appraiser because they're the ones that are inspecting the properties. Greenbelt specifically protects agritourism activities. And in fact, there's another law on the books for nuisance type activities, which also protects agritourism operators that are conducting bona fide agricultural use on their ag zoned land from nuisance lawsuits for things that, like machinery and smelly cows and things like that, which I just wanted to bring to the board's attention. And although I think there's a good understanding that we're here about use, not noise.
okay. Members of the board, do you have any questions?
Mr. Bordero.
Go ahead, Mr.
Question,
Sil-
just the officer, if you would kindly share what your opinion is as far as a recommendation?
We leave that to the board pleasure, but it's clearly having an impact on the community, a negative impact on the community. The residents, the agritourism itself is an allowable use if they get the Greenbelt. But, and as they say, they are conducting a agro business, but there's multiple folios and things are happening on different locations. The noise is an impact on the community. Agritourism is supposed to be a supplementary use, and it's appearing more and more like the agritourism properties that we're addressing, not just this one. The agritourism has become the primary income on those properties in a lot of cases. There's no easy answer for it because this was ruled at the state level and the impacts at a local level.
Mr. Bordenero, there are a few other people out here who wish to speak. Do you want to hear them or you want to say something to them?
If they wish to speak and they wish to speak other than noise and traffic, then yes, let them speak.
Do you have other testimony besides the noise and the traffic, ma'am?
I can attest to the fact that I rode and boarded my horses at Carnes Stables for 20-some years, and there was no weddings.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And your name and address?
Leslie Coleman, 17110 Tobacco Road.
Okay, and what was that, your testimony?
I rode my horses and boarded my horses with Ellen Carnes from 98 to 2011, and there were no weddings. It was strictly a horse farm.
Thank you. Did you
Anyone
have-
else?
Did you have something besides how much noise it is?
A little bit.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you?
My name is Nancy Tracy.
Ma'am, let me ask you, give you the oath first.
Oh,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And now state your name and address.
Nancy Tracy, 5711 Lake LeClaire Road, Lutz, 33558.
Thank you.
I have belonged to Keystone Civic Association for 40 years. The Keystone Community-Based Plan was confirmed 2001. It was reconfirmed in 2011. And what it states is that except for locations declared commercial node, all businesses must close by 10. The exceptions to this is Circle K on Van Dyke and the gas station on Tarpon Springs Road. The purpose of these conditions was to prevent commercial sprawl. Rural design standards apply to all those built in commercial nodes. Local taxpayer residents have the right to enjoyment of their weekends. In these places, low impact lighting is a condition. So if you research the Keystone Community-Based Plan, it will tell you specifically this is not zoned for commercial venues of any sort. Even Winn-Dixie has to close at 10. All of them, every single one.
Is this a homeowners association?
No, it's every section of Hillsborough County has a community-based plan. Lutz, Citrus Park, and Keystone Odessa. It was confirmed 2001 and reaffirmed in 2011. That prohibits this type of commercial sprawl.
Okay, who does this? The county does it?
This went before the zoning hearing master, and then it was approved by all 7 commissioners, and then it was also forwarded to the governor of 2001, and it is law. It is not speculation.
Okay, did you bring this board anything to show us what you're talking about?
What?
Did you bring anything in writing from the governor's office, whatever,
The
to
Keystone
show this
Community-Based
board
Plan
what I'm...
has phases.
Ma'am,
it goes
we both
through.
can't talk at the same time. Okay, I'm asking you a question. Did you bring us anything that shows what you're telling us, that the governor signed something saying they can't stay open past 10 o'clock?
I said, there's a process this plan went through.
Mr. Bordenero, hold on a second. The land development code is what she's referring to. Each community does have some specific rules under the ordinance that would address certain issues. So they are singled out, and what she's speaking about, it does fall under the land development code. What it specifically says about Keystone area, I do not have it accessible to me to testify to you at this time.
It is available online
Okay, I understand.
under Hillsborough County.
All right, anything else you wish to say, ma'am?
Excuse me?
Is there anything else you
just
wish
that
to
about-
say?
Sir, did you have something different to say? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And I appreciate you listening to the quality of life issues that have been presented here. You can clearly see it's affected many neighbors in the neighborhood. Additionally, I want to get down.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Sure, Mark Montano. I have a confidential address.
Okay, I
Thank you.
understand.
With that said, I appreciate your time today. I know the reason why we're here isn't quality of life issues, although it has clearly affected the neighborhood. I believe what's important to state today in this hearing is that the land is not green belted.
and has no bona fide farm use. I appreciate your listening to us today. Is there any questions on behalf of the board by any chance or no?
Board members, any questions? No. Ms. Meyer, do we have any more witnesses?
I believe that was the last one.
Okay. Board members, somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Can I make a motion just to grant a continuance on this till more information can be gathered? I think we have some noise issues, we have some land use issues, we have some, I don't know that we're in a situation to answer or make a decision.
They say they're having something coming in, the hearing coming up in June or July. How long do you want to give them? 30 days, 60 days, 90 days?
July,
Continue it till July?
yeah, and get this
Okay,
figured out. Like I say, I'm not even sure this is in our jurisdiction, so,
okay,
That would be 60 days.
yeah, until the July hearing, whatever that,
okay. Do we have a second?
60 days.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vasilla.
Purposes of discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Razio, would you consider also amending your motion to include that they don't have any activities during the period of time for which this has been continued?
Yes, if we can do that, yes.
It's your motion. That's what I'm asking.
I make a motion that we continue the hearing until the 60 days, and that activities on the property related to noise and those kind of things cease and desist until that date.
So all activity until they come back here? For the 60 days, the meeting, Ms. Meyer is going to say in a second, but that's going to be our July 30th meeting. So until that time, no activities
Correct,
that generate noise.
Unless they're approved prior to.
right,
If
unless they have
they're
prior.
approved. Okay.
Meaning we have greenbelt status? Sorry to just jump in.
You
Do we need
not-
approval from you? How do we
You
get
need approval, you need your green belt approval, but we still want you back here in 60 days to either have what you have or tell us that you don't have.
Okay,
Okay, I got you.
can you
Thank you for the
clarify
clarification.
that?
Okay, we need to,
I think we also
We need
need to see whatever land use issue there is, somebody's, coming up with that, what the plan is, what we're talking about with other things that are going on. Any information that you can provide would be great.
Well, that's the improper use that we're dealing with is strictly whether there is or not, and that's based on the greenbelt.
Then
Yes.
okay,
Here we
all
are.
in favor?
I don't even know.
I think we should clarify the motion.
I'm kind of at a loss. What we want to accomplish here is to make sure that the current activities are in fact under the approval of that land, and that we have a improper use of zone violation. And the zoning is ASC1, that's agricultural. I don't know if it's green belted. I don't know what's permitted on that particular.
Can I make a suggestion in regards to the motion? If I can sum it up, can I sum up your motion?
Yes.
So I think what you're saying is in case CE 20017477, that you'd like to continue this to the July 30th hearing.
Correct.
And that you also want to have the owner, the leasees, if you will, cease and desist any activities in regards to noise or until the July 30th meeting or until they achieve their greenbelt status, whichever comes first.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Perfect.
That is the motion from Mr. Razio.
Okay, do we have a second?
I can't hear anything that's going on. Other than it's a continuation for 60 days. And
It's,
any noise and other outside activities related to that is cease
That is correct.
All right, I'll second that.
Okay, second by Mr. Priscilla. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I would like staff to look into the land use development and see where that goes. So when we all come back, we're all on the same page. We don't have a new allegation here, a new allegation here, okay?
Yes,
All
Mr.
right.
Board Member. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next case, please.
Thank you again.
Turn to page 1 of your agenda under continued cases. Number 1, case number CE 20012329, location. The owner is the estate of Audrey L. Bergston, 404 Regal Park Drive. This case is continued from your hearing on April 30th. And I believe you have a write-up that says April 20th, but I believe that should have been April 30th. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And
I do.
and state your name and address.
Darby Harold, 1213 Lady Guinevere Drive, Valrico, Florida.
Thank you. And you can pull that mic down so you don't have to tiptoe. And just for the record, you are one of the heirs of the deceased.
Yes, I'm the daughter.
Thank you.
Okay, officer, go ahead.
Good morning, Jim Carr, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case was continued from the April 30th Code Enforcement Board hearing in order to receive an opinion from the county attorney's office. Last Friday, our department had a meeting with the Assistant County Attorney, Mr. Pope. As we discussed the case and the illegal occupants and other possible actions taken by our department, we were instructed to also cite the mortgagee currently foreclosing on this property and to pull this case from this hearing. However, in the near future, if we would bring both parties and both cases to a code enforcement hearing if needed. Unfortunately, the agenda for this hearing was already sent out before last Friday. So we are here today to present the case and request the hearing to be continued again to a later hearing. To bring you up to date, also last Friday, we had cited the mortgagee foreclosing on this property, issued a 7 working day notice of violation for failure to maintain the property. The due date is next Wednesday, June 2nd. The service company for the bank had already contacted me after I sent the email on Friday, and they said they're not going to go to this property till it's vacant. Unfortunately, the cutoff day for the July 30th code enforcement hearing is today, and my reinspection is on Wednesday next week. I won't mention about the heirs situation because we have one here today. My last visit was back on May 12th. At the time, the one known occupant that we had identified, we issued a civil citation for the accumulations. Unfortunately, that's the only violation I can issue on a civil citation to an individual, besides the other violations that we have at this property. Mr. Jonathan Berry was that person, and also as of Friday, he is now serving 3 years in the state penitentiary for unrelated felony charges. We also, on May 12th, we identified a possible another occupant on the property, but they would not come to the door. They still don't have water turned on. They still don't have electricity turned on. They do have a generator running on the property. And I did ask the neighbors, how long that vehicle was there. They said they weren't sure. There's vehicles that come and go all times of the night from the property. And the photographs reflect of my inspections on April 1st, April 6th, April 16th, and May 12th.
Okay, I have a question. You said that this is going to end and you're going to recite the actual bank.
We were instructed by the county attorney's office to cite both parties, the estate of the current deceased owner, as well as the mortgagee. And the mortgagee who's foreclosing on this property, we have a separate case going against them. And the idea is if it's not corrected within the time frame as we allowed, we'll bring both cases and both parties to a code enforcement board hearing if necessary.
Okay, if we hear it today, how are we going to hear it again in the future?
Well, what we're asking for today is another continuation.
May I speak? In the process of this, in the last hearing, I had said we were working on doing the deed in lieu. I've submitted the paperwork to the mortgage company. They then told me that I had to go through probate with my mom's will, which I have a call out to a probate attorney, but I submitted her will to the clerk of court, so it's actually on file now too.
Okay.
I have a question.
I'm sure there's lots of questions, but I have.
Yes, you have a question? Go ahead, Mr. Lorenzen.
I do. To the code officer, I'm trying to, so if I understand this correctly, you want us to continue with this to basically get these to line up. What is the minimum amount of time? Because obviously, based on your testimony, there's some life safety issues here with no electrical, no water, generator outside, and somebody inside the building, whether they're allowed or not.
Well, I mean, I'm following the directions of the county attorney's office, and they wanted us to pull this case, and we did not meet the deadline for the agenda. So we're asking for this case to be continued, possibly to the July 30th hearing. I can walk the paperwork through next week to get it at least on that schedule. If the situation does not correct itself over there, we have made arrangements with the sheriff's office as well as neighbors to be there Wednesday morning, June 2nd.
And is there any reason why we can't pull this case today?
Excuse me?
Is there any reason why we just can't pull this case from the agenda and go through that process?
Well,
I have concerns giving a 60-day continuance to something that has this kind of issues, regardless if it's a paperwork issue or not.
I understand that if you wish to hear the case again and issue an order, that is your prerogative. I'm just following the rule, what Assistant County Attorney, Mr. Pope, wanted our department to do.
Staff, is there any reason we can't pull this case? Remove this case from our agenda. Hello?
I was just talking to Susan to confirm. There was some discussion about the time period of pulling the case. The board had requested that we appear here, but we are requesting to pull the case so we can get both parties here at the same time.
Okay, so we're pulling the case.
Yes.
Terrific.
With your approval, yes, because we're here
Mr.
because
Chairman?
the board requested.
Let's go ahead and pull this case. Case is pulled. Next case, please.
Next case is on
Thank
page 3, number 5, case number CE 200000447. The owner is Pony Realty LLC, and the violator is Ronald Bresman. Location 12405 Pony Court. We have service and we have several people signed in. We also have a packet of evidence that was submitted, and I believe you all have copies of that. Oh, well,
Okay,
Morgan is on her way to you with the copies of the submitted evidence.
Okay, before we go on with this case, Ms. Clayton is now here. We want to add her to the roll call.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. I understand you're the attorney.
Good morning. No, I'm actually the son. I'm
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
trustee, yeah.
I misidentified you. Raise your right hand, please.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address?
My name's Alfredo E. Ramenthal, and the address in question is 3911 West Broad Street, Tampa, Florida, 33614.
Do you recognize the property in the photo, sir?
No.
Okay, just, you may be up for the wrong case. I don't have your name on this case.
Oh, I saw her take.
I
this- well,
apologize.
Okay, maybe I'm,
Okay, is someone here for this case?
Yes, yes, there's a couple of people. This is Richard Mogerman, counsel for the property owner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And what is your name?
My name is Dominic Corigliano.
Okay, and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and your address for the record and how you are, your address and how you are related to this case.
Okay, my address is 17939 Oxenham Avenue, Spring Hill, Florida, 34610.
And
I am going to be the new property manager for this residence. And I'm here to tell you today that the violation that we're looking at is the lack of a 7-day rental stipulation minimum.
And may I ask you, do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And that has been corrected.
Sir, it's the officer's turn first.
Right here.
I'm right here. Christopher Bishop of Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property in violation is 12405 Pony Court, Tampa, Florida, 33626. The owner is Pony Realty LLC. The violator is Ronald Briesman. The property was first inspected on 11 January 2020. My last inspection, 20 May 2021. Property still in violation. The property is cited for improper use of zone of the vacation rental. The property is being rented for less than the required 7 days. The owner of the property has sent me a copy of the cease and desist order on March.
Officer?
Yes.
Can you hold on 1 second? I think we've got a little confusion here. I think we're talking about case 15228. Is that correct?
We are on page 3, number 5 of your agenda, case number CE 2000-0447.
Okay, materials that came in were for another case. Now we're up to speed with you. Sorry.
Okay. The owner sent me a copy of cease and desist order on 9 March 2021. We wish to go after the violator, not the owner. Ronald Briesman was involved in a prior case for the same address, but with a different owner. The previous case was heard on 15 November 2019 for the same violation.
My name is Ronald Bresman. Can I speak about the case?
Is the officer finished?
Oh, yes, I'm finished.
Yes, you
Mr.
can.
Bresman, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And your name and address?
My name is Ronald Bresman. My mailing address is 7028 West Waters Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33634.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to clarify that I did correct the problems that were at hand. I thought that it was already corrected prior, but there was one of the websites, there was a problem that I needed to correct, but I can share my screen right now and show that everything has been corrected as far as moving it from a 7-day rental. It's now only a 7-day rental. And I wanted to add one more thing too, is that I know it is a 7-day rental, but our minimum for the longest time was a 5-night rental, but we never allowed anybody in past the 7 days. So if we had a 5-night rental, we would have 2 days that it would sit vacant, and then we would rent it out again. It would have another tenant that came in after that. But we haven't had any issues with this house since the last time that we had a hearing that we had to come to, and we've done everything in our power that we can to try to not disturb anybody around, and we're going to continue to do that.
So what you're saying is you are in compliance as of now?
That is correct, and I can share my screen to show you the websites if you allow me.
All you need to do would be to get with the inspector. We will give you a short date, and then you and the inspector can sit down and he can go over everything with you.
All right, that's fair enough. I know Chris.
Okay.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Your Honor,
Members of
this
the
is,
board? Yes.
Your Honor, this is Kelly Ames. I would like to speak on behalf of this case.
Go ahead.
I would like to speak as well.
One moment. Raise your right hand, please. Can I get her on the screen?
Kelly Ames, are you there?
I'm here. My hand's raised.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Kelly Ames. My address is 12404 Pony Court, Tampa 33626. I reside at the home directly across from the address that's in question.
Thank you.
I did submit a file to Sonia Rodriguez on Monday, 5/24, that I would like to have brought up to use as evidence.
Yes, we have that, and it has been given to the board.
Okay. So for almost 2 years now, our beautiful, unique neighborhood has been impacted by Pete and Ron's party house. His lack of respect for the residents of Pony Court, for the neighbors of Twin Branch Acres, and for the rules set forth by Hillsborough County need to be addressed. We've had the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department and code enforcement called out numerous times for topless dancing, noise complaints, not adhering to strict COVID guidelines during the global pandemic, disobeying the governor's executive orders, and in May of 2020, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department filed charges against Ronald Breesman for Florida Statute 252.20, which was Florida's stay-at-home order. We went to court on November 15th, 2019, and Ronald Breesman has decided he will not comply. Since December of 2019, there have been 54 rental groups at 12405 Pony Court. Of those, only 24% have been for 7 days or longer. Some have been as short as 2 nights. We've had party buses show up. We've had our streets filled with cars. We've had guests come on personal property and dance topless on boats. We've had parties that have gotten out of hand so much that the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department has been called out. I have over 60 slides of documentation that you have in hand that I've sent over to Sonia Rodriguez, but I would like to speak to 7 of them. Specifically, page 14. You can share the screen, please, or I can share mine. I'm going to share my screen with you.
Yes.
Okay. 1 second. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we have it.
Okay, so this is what you have in front of you. If you go down to page 14, and as you can see, I have documentation of every single time since December that people have checked in and when they've checked out, and I've highlighted that they are not staying for 7 days. If you go to page 14, you can see that on 4/7 of 2020, during the global pandemic, on March 1st, Governor DeSantis ordered Executive Order 20-87 that said that all of the vacation rentals had to end.
Except for essential workers.
Correct. This was not an essential worker. I do have one. There was an essential worker that came out, but this was not an essential worker.
There were several essential workers, but I'm not sure where you're getting.
Okay, you guys are not going to argue among each other.
Please let
He's
me
going to
speak.
speak to us.
So I called the office of Ashley Moody, Attorney General, on April 7th at 4:50 and left a voicemail. Also, Dustin Martin, who is the neighbor adjacent to the property, and myself called Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office and filed a complaint. A deputy was called out. You can see the case number below, the deputy name, and his badge number. We also filed a complaint on the DVPR website, and these people checked out on 4/9, 2-day rental. The next page shows that Ronald received a request on 4/7/2020 about having a short-term 3-night rental available in Tampa Bay. The dates that this person was looking for was 4/6 through 4/19. And as you can see on the right, you can see his response where he does say that they have houses available.
That's
Page 18 is where the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office was called out again. The officer was E. Roku, and his badge number you can see there, as well as the case number. These were Georgia tags, and the visitor stated that they were staying until 5/9 and booked on Airbnb. This was in disregard to the governor's order 20-87 that stated that vacation rentals needed to end due to COVID. The Georgia family stated that they did not know of the governor's executive order, which stated no rental properties due to COVID-19. Deputy Roku went to Rawhide, which is another street in our neighborhood, and spoke to Ronnie. That is where Ronnie was squatting at the time. And Ronnie stated that you do not need a license to operate an Airbnb in Florida, which is not true. He also told the deputy he knew of the executive order. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department was filing criminal charges against Ronnie for Florida Statute 252.50 and sending the report to the state attorney's office. You can see the officer's email address as well as his phone number, and this was a 7-night rental. On page 24, you can see the abundance of cars that showed up at a party at 12405 Pony Court. They checked in on 7/1 with over 11 cars parked at the house, and multiple Uber drivers arrived with what appears to be underage girls. They checked out on 7/3. As you can see, the cars were blocking the road and unable to park in the driveway. The visitors told us that it was a graduating class, high school getting together. Also during COVID, there was not supposed to be any groups of more than 10 people allowed. And clearly this is more than 10 people, and this was a 2-night rental. Page 48, and as you can see, I have documentation.
Were you an owner of the house at this time?
At
Because
every single.
Excuse me, the
recently-
witnesses don't need to be speaking with each other. This is testimony before the board.
On page 48, there was a party bus that showed up to pick up a large group. They were there from 3/3/21, and they checked out on 3/8/21, which is a 5-night rental. On page 60, most recently, this has still been going on. If you go to page 60, there's constant parties, as you can see in the pictures. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department was called out on 5/22. You can see the case number and the noise complaint. And then most recently on 5/26, another noise complaint was called into the Sheriff's Department. And that case number is here with a 1-night rental. We're asking that
We've
Ronald
never.
Reagan is held accountable to his actions and his disregard from the last court date, which was November 15th of 2019. I have over 54 rentals since December of 2019, and only 24% of them have been for the mandated 7 days or longer. That is all.
May I speak?
Okay, no, you may not. Do we have any other witnesses at this time?
Yes, I have a witness.
Okay. Go ahead.
May I speak?
Just a moment.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Rona Martin.
One moment, ma'am. One moment. Can you get her on this? I don't see her on the screen.
She needs to speak, so it goes on the screen. Rona, can you speak?
Yes, hello.
Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
My name is Rona Martin. My address is 12506 Twin Branch Acres Road.
Thank you.
And we live directly next door to this house that Mr. Breesman is subletting. And I can attest to Miss Ames's testimony. Everything she says is true. Although he might have fixed his wording on the websites, there are consistent rentals for 1 to 2 nights. There are constant noise complaints, and this has been going on for a very long time in our neighborhood. And most recently, yes, there was another noise complaint. He does not adhere to any of the guidelines. He might say he does. He's gotten into a physical altercation with the elderly neighbor next door, Mr. Breesman has, and he's also threatened my husband and I via text message. What he's saying is completely untrue. And we would walk next door to the people and ask them how long they're staying there, and they will testify they only are staying for 1 to 2 nights. He's not vetting the people that are coming in. The one big party he did rent to was a group of high schoolers that Pinellas County actually knew of, and Pinellas County police force proactively came to the house because they knew that this was going to be an issue. At that party, which was documented, there were actual gunshots fired in our neighborhood. So these are the type of people that Mr. Breesman is willing to bring into our peaceful neighborhood. So what he's telling you about his website, he might have some wording in there, but he's not adhering at all to any of the guidelines. And I think Mr. Bishop, our code enforcement officer, has done an excellent job in keeping track of all this. And I think he can probably attest to what the residents are saying and back us up.
Okay.
I would like
Sir,
to speak.
Do you have something you need to say? Sir?
Yes. All right,
Go
it's my
ahead.
turn.
Yeah.
Okay, moving forward, here's what we're looking at. We have changed our program to where it is compliant with the 7-day or longer stay. Mr. Breesman is stepping aside from managing the property, and I myself am going to be managing the property from this day forward. This way here, I understand that there's animosity between Mr. Breesman and some of these other people. I didn't get to hear everything that the first woman was saying. I got to read along with it. There was a little bit of an echo from where I'm standing, and I couldn't understand everything, but I do understand that she has a problem with the shorter rentals. There will be no more shorter rentals. There will be none. It'll be 7 days or better, and that's the way it's going to be from this day forward to make sure that it's compliant with the statute.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vasila.
I'd like to make a motion.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I would like to
This is the
speak as
clerk's
well. I'm the
office.
neighbor.
May I have the speaker at the podium identify himself, please?
My name is Joe Perello. I'm the immediate neighbor at 12403 Pony Court.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
Thank you so much. This is the clerk's office.
Can I continue?
Okay.
Stand by.
As long as it's okay with Mr. Chair.
My name is Dominic Corigliano.
Okay, the person who's virtual now, I can give him the oath.
I'm
Yes,
ready.
please. I can go now.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Joe Perello. I'm at 12403 Pony Court, Tampa, Florida, 33626, the immediate neighbor to the violator in question. I grew up in that house since I was 10 years old. I'm now 50. My parents live there. They've been there for 41 years. So this is what we need to focus on. The issue here is not whether or not that this is a 7-day rental or some shorter period of time. That's meaningless. There's nothing stopping anyone who wants to use this as a party venue from paying the fee for a 7-day rental and then leaving in a shorter period of time. Whether or not the person can use the property and rent it out for 7 days is one thing. that doesn't mean they're allowed to use it as a party rental venue. And that's exactly what it's being marketed as. If you go to the website, I think it's called Pete's or Ron's Funhouse. I mean, they actually use the word funhouse. They may say, hey, you can only rent it for 7 days, but that's all tongue in cheek, because when someone calls, they say, yeah, listen, you have to rent it for 7 days and you have to pay the fee to rent it for 7 days. But if you go in there and just have a bang up party for one night and then leave the next day, nobody can stop you from cutting out early. Okay. It's being rented as a party rental. As you saw from the testimony and the evidence submitted by Ms. Ames, there's been numerous violations. There's loud music, party buses show up. There's gridlock with cars on a quiet street where there's only 4 other houses. There's loud music, there's foul language. And you have a ton of neighbors here, and I'm sure there's a few more who want to speak, and tensions are running high. If the board allows this to continue, they're going to allow a situation where nobody's happy. Everybody's upset. When in the prior hearing where the nice folks at Tobacco Road, the one gentleman who spoke said, we all have air horns. And this is what it's coming to. We don't want to interrupt a wedding with air horns, but this is what it's coming to. That resonated with me because we have the same sentiment. We have parties with 100 people show up, and that's what we feel like doing. Nobody wants to do that. But you have a very tense situation. You have a landowner that I don't care what he says about renting for 7 days. You can't hold anybody and make them stay there for 7 days. It's being run as a party center. You're not allowed to run a party center. It's a residential area, and this needs to be stopped. And I would ask the board to please take some action to preclude Mr. Bresman from continuing. What's essentially here is a nuisance. It's a nuisance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vasilla.
I'm prepared to make a motion. All right, I move in a case of CE 2000447 that based on the evidence presented, they find a property in violation of Hillsborough County Code and Ordinance as listed in staff presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the action taken by the violator's history, I grant 3 days to come in compliance. Compliance not achieved by that time, a fine of $750 a day be assessed.
Second, Lorenzen.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Can
Motion carries.
can I please speak for a moment?
Nothing to say, but ruling's done. You have 3 days, $750 a day fine if you continue to rent less than 5 days. 7 days. Just comply with the ordinance.
Okay, it's already all complied. No problem. I'll get with Chris. And we'll get it straightened out. And once that's confirmed, this will all be squashed. Thank you.
Okay, next case, please.
Turn to page 4, number 6, case number CE 20010277. The owner is Luella Ellerby, 8903 Honeywell Road. We have service, and someone has signed in for this case.
Hello? Hello?
Raise your right hand, please, and you're too close to your camera. All we see is your forehead.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
Luella Ellerby, address is 8903 Honeywell Road, Gibsonton, Florida, 33534.
Thank you. Can you see the picture that's on the screen now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Officer Jason Zalva, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. July 17th, 2020, Code Enforcement responded to a complaint about accumulations and overgrowth, specifically in the backyard. Code Enforcement arrived, observed accumulations of junk, trash, debris, large fence, sections of fence, and this metal structure you see that was laying in the grass in the backyard. At that point, they were cited. On August 13th, I was in contact with the property owner, gave her a 4-day extension because some progress has been made. As of August 19th, 2020, the violation remained, so I referred the case for hearing. I had spoken with the complainant. She had trouble getting stuff done, but she did manage to get the grass cut down and many of the accumulations removed. On May 26th, just a few days ago, I met with the homeowner, Luella Ellerby. All the overgrowth was cut down, but the only accumulation that remained was the big upside down metal structure. I explained to her it had to be gone. She did get it removed. When I went out there yesterday to look at it, there was a bunch more scrap metal on the other side of the yard, which at that point, I couldn't adjust the PowerPoint. And I told her, no, that can't work. It's all got to be gone, all accumulations. Last night at 7:30, I received a text messages with several pictures showing the backyard is clear of all accumulation. So as of this point in time, the violations should be complied, and I should be able to comply it based on what I saw, but I have to go out there and visually look at it myself.
Okay. The respondent want to testify?
Yes, sir. I understand I did violate some things, but due to the COVID and I work all the time and I didn't have any assistance, I'm going to keep the property maintained and have no further problems with code enforcement. I'll do my best to keep it maintained and not get any overgrowth in there. And I have a lawn guy that comes out and does the yard, and I will keep it maintained to the best of my ability.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Board members, any questions? Would someone like to make a motion? Hey, Ms. Boyd, go ahead.
I move in the case CE 200102277 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes and ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, that I grant 3 days to come into compliance. And if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $100 per day.
Second, Lorenzen.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
What?
Turn to page 6, number 10, case number CE 20013611. The owner is DS Properties of Riverview LLC. Location 11013 South US Highway 301. We have service and someone is signed in virtually for this case.
Do we have them?
Mike, can you hear us?
Yes, hello. Yes, hello. This is Mike Krajewski for DS Properties.
Good morning, sir. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Mike Krajewski, 3236 Founders Club Drive.
Can you see the property on your screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Officer, go ahead.
Officer Jason Zalva, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. On September 4th, 2020, this case was inspected by code enforcement for a bank-owned property. It resides on the corner of 301 and Burner Lane. There's a report of severe overgrowth throughout the property, as well as accumulation of large bags that contained roofing tiles and other junk trash and debris. The property was originally not cited because we were trying to determine if HCSO environmental deputies would be involved. On October 15th, I returned, observed the property was still overgrown and bags accumulation are still on scene. I'd spoken with the HOA owner of the surrounding neighborhood, and he informed me that they were dumped there by the previous tenants of the adjacent property. I spoke with HCSO. They determined since it's a one-time incident, they were not going to get involved. So at that point, I cited the owner, and I did speak with Mike Krakowski and explain the violations. He advised that EPC told him not to cut anything because they were looking at developing the property. At that point, I gave him 7-day notice violation for the accumulations and for the grass to be cut 200 feet from any roadway and or residence. On 10/27, I came back for reinspection, observed the grass was cut below 10 inches. However, the accumulations of the black bags remained, and I referred it to hearing. Just yesterday, property owner requested I meet him at the property because he was under the impression everything was cleaned up. He met me there yesterday around 11 a.m. We then walked back to the area, the corner where there was all the bags of accumulations, and I pointed them out to him. And he assured me that they would be picked up within a few days, probably within a week. That's where we are.
Okay, sir, what do you need to say?
Well, as the officer had stated, we purchased this property to develop a commercial setting, and everything was overgrown. When we got a hold of the inspector, we had sent out a company to both do the grass cleanup and the debris. They assured me it was done. I drove past the property and I confirmed that. The problem was that the back end of that property is a combination of wetlands, a retention pond, and so on and so forth. We at that point had a EPA survey being done because we were told not to cut anything down back there because they weren't sure if it was wetlands or not. So we didn't cut as far as we could have at the point because we were told not to. Now these bags are, we're talking about 8 or so black bags that were under shrubs that unless you knew where they were, you would have never seen them. And so that's why I had asked yesterday for the walkthrough to really show me what we're talking about. And it really was very far deep into the property. So we have another company hired again, and I've taken pictures now to show them exactly what it is that needs to be removed. It's really not a problem. We were in compliance almost immediately with the grass being cut and the debris being taken care of. We just weren't sure of this particular degree that was part of this violation. The violation didn't include any sort of pictures or any of those sort of things, so we just weren't aware of those. I thought everything was complied with. This was late last year, and it actually came to a surprise to me when I received this notice for hearing, because I actually believed everything was completely 100% done. So just like last time, we've already actually hired a company a couple of weeks ago, but everyone is just so backed up to trying to get somebody to come out there to cut the grass and clean up is so difficult. So, but I was assured they were going to be out there next week. If I could ask for a 2-week grace period, just in case it rains, it gets wet or whatever else, for this company to come out there, it really, I mean, I think the inspector will agree with me. This is something that'll fit in the back of a pickup truck. There's 8 construction bags that somebody dropped off and used our lot as a dumping site. That's all.
Okay, board members, do you have any questions for this gentleman? Would someone like to make a motion? Go
I'll
ahead.
make a motion, Jean Grazio. I move in case number CE 20013611 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 14 days to come in compliance with, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 a day may be assessed.
Second. Clayton.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, you got 14 days.
Not a problem. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. We're now going to take a short recess. We've reconvened the Code Enforcement Board hearing. Next case, please.
Page 6, number 12, case number C. CE 1901-5228. The owner is UAD 73012 Trust Ramental. Location 3911 West Broad Street. And we have service and we have a representative here.
Okay.
One moment. Okay, do you recognize this
Hi, good
property?
morning. Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Alfredo E. Ramental, and the address is 3911 West Broad Street, Tampa, Florida, 33614.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you very much.
We apologize for how long this is taking.
No, I understand.
And you're representing the trust?
I am. I'm representing today the trust and my mother. Basically, you know, she's elderly and she can't make it to these.
Okay, I understand. Board members, there's a large packet of information that you should have in front of you that is for this case.
We do have it. Officer?
Morning. Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Carey on Hillsborough County Code Enforcement, and may it please the board. The property in question is located at 3911 West Broad Street, Tampa, Florida, 33614. The property is under the ownership of a revocable living trust. The property is not owner occupied. The property was first inspected September 25th, 2019. A second site visit was performed October 1st, 2019. Whereas I was able to meet with the property owner, an inspection was then performed, and it was revealed that both the primary structure and the accessory dwelling were tenant occupied. The respondent then presented a variance for the accessory dwelling due to primary structure standards. However, the variance did not include an exclusion of residency. The respondent does not reside on the property. This case was referred for Code Enforcement Board hearing on October 23rd, 2019. I performed a pre-hearing inspection January 7, 2020. However, due to COVID, the scheduled hearing was canceled and rescheduled several times. On March 10th, 2021, I made contact with the tenant, the accessory dwelling, and was then able to obtain the images being presented before this board. Further contact with the tenant has not been successful. I performed another pre-hearing inspection in preparation for this hearing, May 24th, 2021. The following violation remains in non-compliance, improper use of zone. As the language of the ordinance states, the residential lot shall be occupied by principal detached single-family dwelling that is owner occupied. These requirements shall not be varied. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, what would you like to tell us?
Yes. Again, thank you very much for your time today. And I'll kind of stick to my 10 minutes here. I don't want to go over. You have a lot of information there in front of you. So my father passed away in 2012. You'll see his death certificate there. He was the handy guy and the person that took care of these properties. When he passed, unfortunately, his accountant passed a week after that. So it was as far as paperwork goes and stuff like that, it made it really tough. So I took over and I am now managing the properties myself. And for my mother, this is her retirement, basically, that we're talking about. So when we look at this property, the property has always been, the home and the two dwellings. Back in 2012, when he passed shortly after, one of the tenants in the back, believe it or not, had some chickens, and they brought a rooster in. I had no clue about this, but it brought up, and it brought up the code enforcement to come in and take a look at the property. At that time, we were saying that we needed a variance, so I went ahead and we ordered a variance. Michael Horner helped us with this process. He knew my mother never lived there, or I never lived there. We did not live there, and that was, I think, an error and an oversight on my part as well as Mr. Horton. When we changed over from the RSC6 to the RSC9, and basically I put a schedule there as far as the taxes, and I was able to find a box. Because my mother just recently, I was explaining, my mother recently just sold her home at 6408 Wynwood Court. That was sold, and she was thinking about maybe even moving back here to this property, but it didn't work out for her. She actually bought a home, and it's in Lutz, so there's no way that she's going to be moving back. So talking to the tenant just yesterday, and the tenant has having a really hard time finding a location that's the same rent that she's paying now. Because of COVID, I did not raise my rent on my tenant. We actually gave some credits back to them. And so, but yeah, the conversation yesterday revealed that she has already presented to me as of today that she'll be leaving on the 5th of June. So it will be vacated. At that point, it'll be closed. It will not be occupied, but I am going to proceed over to a different, and I did not present this to you today because it's another property right down the street. So we own 8 parcels within this area, and they're within about a block of each other. Right at 7509, we own that property there, but Cortez, but 7513 Cortez, that was rezoned to and it was passed, and I'm going to pursue that after calling zoning this morning. And I got a call back from them just a few minutes ago. So this was rezoned from to a PD. And I'm not an attorney, and I'm an insurance guy. I could sell you a policy, but I don't know too much about properties and zoning. But this is what I'm thinking that I'm going to do here, because it's almost the same situation. It's a property that has 3 dwellings in there, and it was a PD rezoning. So what I asked the board is if you give me permission of time to get this done, and then we'll resume again at a later date. And again, I apologize it took this long. I think because of COVID, just like Officer John said, this has been going on and on. And in your package there, you have rental agreements, and they go back, that's all I could find. And some of them 2016, 2017, but that's why I put the schedule of their taxes. So you have the schedules there that are showing the taxes that were coming in for that property at 3911 West Broad. I hope that is sufficient. We did a lot of digging for this case today and trying to find out as much as we could. With my mother moving, that brought another box into light that we were able to show you today.
Okay, so what you're saying is the tenant that's in there now is leaving when?
Yes, sir. She is leaving June the 5th.
June the 5th. Okay. So if you had a little bit of time, she would be moved, and then that would put you in compliance because you're not going to rent it until you get the approval.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Back in 2012, when this happened, when with the variance and the zoning we had to go through, it was 2 years without a tenant until we got everything situated. So I'm thinking, hopefully it won't be 2 years again, but I don't know how behind we're running, so So I'll try to get this done and as quickly as possible.
Okay. Do we have any discussion from the board? I believe that a couple of weeks should give him plenty of time to get the eviction. Mr. Lorenzen.
Question. Sir, I understand that your tenant's moving out, but do you don't plan on renting it until you finish with the PD process? Are you okay with us adding a condition to the order that it not be rented until such time as you make that change?
You came in really muffled there. I could not hear the whole thing. I apologize.
Your testimony is that your tenant moves out on June the 5th, correct?
She's moving out. The tenant's moving out June the 5th. That's what she told me.
And what I'm asking is, based on that, are you comfortable with us adding another line item to the order stating that this property remain not rented until such time as you complete your PD process?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
That'll be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine.
All right, thank you.
I'll give Officer John the key if you want.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that. I'll go ahead and make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I move in case CE 19015-228, that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes and ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 14 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $150 per day be assessed. As previously mentioned, I also order that this property remain vacant and not rented until such time as the landlord has gone through the process of the PD and had PD approval to do so.
Second that motion. Boyd.
Aye.
Okay. The motion carries. You have 14 days, sir. Thank you. Next case.
Turn to page 7, number 15, case number CE 200111812. The owner is El Tadaco Arias, location 7513 North Hale Avenue. We have service. And we have someone here for this case. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Altadaco Arias. My address is 7513 North Hale Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33614.
Do you recognize the property in that photo?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. John Carrion, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The property in question is located at 7513 North Hale Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33614. The property is under the ownership of Arias El Tadaco. The property is owner occupied. The property was first inspected September 5th, 2020. The initial inspection revealed one violation, which consisted of inoperable vehicles. This case was referred for Code Enforcement Board hearing August 17, 2020. Compliance was achieved May 21st, 2021. I performed a pre-hearing inspection on May 27th, 2021. Photographs were taken at that time for this hearing. This property has two previous board orders in reference to inoperable vehicles. They are as follows. Case number CE 1901-4192, board order dated November 25th, 2019. Case number 1900-4799er, board order dated August 20, 2019. Due to previous violations over inoperable vehicles, our position is to respectfully request this board grant a per occurrence order.
Okay, sir, what would you like to tell us?
What did they say? Okay. Well, I would just like to say the fact that I previously purchased the home. The house belonged to my father, and he left it to my three brothers. And I'm not sure the exact date, but the first occurrence, it was in probate. So my other brother was picking up the mail, so I never saw the letters that that said that there was a violation up until it was too late. So the previous issues were taken care of. The only problem was that I didn't know about the occurrence till after the fact. And then this one, I guess the tag had expired, and the neighbor had called it in, and I was going through there was a death in the family at the time, and I had to just take care of that matter at the time. So I didn't, it just kind of slipped my mind. But anyway, once I found out about the violation, I contacted Mr. Carillon, and I tried to straighten out the issue. And I had recently, and we took care of the matter. And he told me that there was no other issue with the vehicle.
Okay, Mr. Lorenzen.
I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. I move in case CE 200118112 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is again in violation of Hillsborough County codes and ordinances as listed in staff's presentation and of the previous order dated 11/25/2019. This constitutes a repeat violation as defined in Florida statutes. Further, I find the property now is in compliance with this code provision. Order that it remain in compliance with this code provision. Additionally, a fine of $300 per day be assessed for any per occurrence be imposed for any repeat violations of this order.
Second?
The motion, Boyd.
Second by Boyd. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, sir, keep it in good standard. Next case, please.
Okay, thank you.
Page 8, number 16, case number CE 200120044. The owner is Einert S. Cruz, location 6410 North Coolidge Avenue. We have service and someone is signed in for this case. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Araceli Fernandez, and I live in 4701 Turnmore Drive, 33634.
Okay, and
I'm speaking for my father.
you're speaking for him, and that's him standing over there?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Do you recognize the property in the photo there?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, officer.
Morning, John Carrion, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located at 6410 North Coolidge Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33614. The property is under the ownership of Einert Cruz. The property is not in foreclosure and is owner occupied. The property was first inspected August 12, 2020. This case was referred for a Code Enforcement Board hearing August 27, 2020. The initial inspection revealed 7 violations, of which 5 have since complied. Performed a pre-hearing inspection May 21st, 2021. Photographs were taken at that time in preparation for this hearing. The following violations remain in non-compliance: electrical wiring, accessory structure, rear yard coverage greater than 20%. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, what do you need to say?
We're willing to do whatever it takes to comply. It's just I'm having a hard time filling up the applications, but I should be done with everything in about a week. I just needed more time.
Okay.
A question for the code officer. In regards to electrical wiring, is there a life safety issue here?
Thank you for the question, board member. I do not believe, unless, with the exception of the electrical wiring, yes, that is a safety issue, I would say. As far as the accessory structure, rear yard coverage greater than 20%, I do not observe that as a safety issue. And just real quick, more or less what happened was that they added on to the accessory structure in the rear yard, and that's where the violation is present. Thank you.
Thank you. I move in case CE 20012044 that based on the evidence presented, find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $150 per day be assessed.
Second. Clayton.
30 days on both. Yeah. The electrical wiring is on the accessory structure. So.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You have 3 days to correct the items. Next case, please.
Next case is number 17, case number CE 2001314. The owner is Inca Marie Ramirez, 7514 North Richard Avenue. We have service, and I believe the parties are virtual for this case.
We're here.
Raise your right hand, please. Ma'am? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
My name is Anita Green, and my address is 4136 Vanessa Drive, Unit 2, Southport, North Carolina, 28462.
Okay. And are you representing Ms. Ramirez?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what your
I'm the sister.
You're her, okay. Okay, I understand. And if I could get Ms. Ramirez on the screen. Raise your right hand, please. Raise your right hand, please. Did she hear me?
I think her video, it shows that it's spinning around like if she lost contact and she's trying to come back. I'm there.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name and address, please?
This is 754 North Avenue.
Ms. Ramirez, if you can do us a favor, it seems like you're having some latency issues. If you can just stop sharing your video, and you can go ahead and use your microphone, that should help clear up the troubleshooting issues. Ms. Ramirez, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but it's very
Okay. Okay, if you can please stop sharing your video, that should help clear up the latency. Just stop sharing your video. Okay, now go ahead and try to speak. Try and speak now.
What you mean? Yeah, I'm Inca Ramirez. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Inca Ramirez. I live at 7514 North Richard Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33614.
Okay. Hold on just a moment. Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, John Kerry on Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located at 7514 North Richard Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33614. The property is under the ownership of Ramirez Inca Marie. The property is owner occupied. Property was first inspected August 27, 2020. This case was referred for a Code Enforcement Board hearing on October 1st, 2020. During the course of this case, a total of 8 violations was identified, of which 5 have since been complied. I performed a pre-hearing inspection May 24, 2021. Photographs were taken at that time for this hearing. The following violations remain in non-compliance: roofs and parts thereof, exterior light fixtures, accumulations. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, how long is it going to take you to complete the conditions?
Well, sir, right now, the home needs major repair work. And as of 2020, we have no income. We've been working with code enforcement, trying to find a program to help with the repairs. I actually started this way before code enforcement got involved. The house was in probate and then put into my siblings and my name. And that's just as of March put into my name solely. But the problem is not having the finance or the manpower to do the physical repairs at this point. My plan is to try, I've been in contact with the zoning board in an attempt to find out whether I can have the property rezoned and split into 2 properties to be able to sell the vacant part of the property and use those monies to repair or replace the home that's there now.
Okay, I realize that's your plan, but my question was, how long do you think it's going to take you?
May I speak?
I'm not certain. I'm not certain because I have to submit drawings and paperwork to the zoning board. If once they've heard the case and decide whether their property can be split or not, then I have to go from there.
Did you already turn in those applications?
No, I have to meet with one of the zoning counselors to be able to figure out what the paperwork is, because they're asking for drawings and right-of-way information and a lot of information that I don't have access to immediately.
Okay, do you have an appointment with somebody?
I have to just go by their office. So I'll be doing that within the next week.
And somebody is living there?
Yes, sir. My husband and I and my son. It's our home. It's the home I grew up in. So I've lived there for the majority of my almost 58 years. And I've become disabled, and so has my husband. And that's a major cause of the unemployment. We're both in the process of trying to get Social Security to be able to be financially settled because we do not have the finances to do anything.
Okay. Officer, are there life safety issues here?
Well, Chairman, thank you for the question. I would say that there was at one point, this particular property was also considered for condemnation. However, that's an isolated case. Essentially, what's being presented before this board today is roofs and parts thereof, exterior light fixtures, and accumulations. I don't observe either of those three violations to be of safety concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. For discussion here, I don't see why this should go on longer than 90 days. From what I'm looking at, accumulations can just be thrown away. Board members, do you have any questions?
May I speak, sir?
Sure.
Hi, I'm Inka's sister, and I just wanted to let you know that I have been working with Mrs. Christina McCombs with code enforcement. She's the hardship officer. We have been in contact quite a bit, actually, and she's been a tremendous help to me. I currently live in the state of North Carolina. I will be coming down on the 5th of June to try to be able to help with some of this situation. And we've been trying countlessly for different programs, but unfortunately with COVID, we've not been able to resolve any of the situation. She has offered to help us to do the removal of the stuff that you see underneath that carport. She's been a tremendous help. I think that's all I have at the moment.
Okay.
Actually,
Go ahead.
to help for me.
Okay, board members, any questions? Okay, we need a motion.
I move in case CE 20013-114 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 90 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $125 a day be assessed.
Second that one.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ma'am, you have 90 days.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Next case.
Page 9, number 18, case number CE 2001-5325. The owner is Serenity Lake Apartments LLC, location 14577 Seaford Circle, apartment 202. We have service and we have someone online, I believe.
Yes.
I raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Kenya Rodriguez, 14566 Seaford Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33613.
And what's your relation to this case?
I'm the property manager here at Serenity Lake.
Thank you. Do you recognize the property in the photo here?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Officer, go ahead.
I'm sorry. My name is Jose Pereira from Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. I inspected the property located at 14577 Seaford Circle, apartment 202 on May 10th. The first inspection on this property was on October 8th, 2020. It was cited for bat infestation. My last visit on May 10th, I met with the new property manager, and she stated to me she will transfer the tenant in the second week of June. And here we are now.
Okay. You say there's a bat invitation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, what would you like to tell us?
All right, I have spoken with the resident. She has agreed to transfer. I mentioned to her that we have a unit coming up and that she's willing to transfer to the unit. Also, we do have a bid, a proposal from a company that is going to do the repairs. But unfortunately, due to the situation that they're on a protected season right now, they're not able to do it until probably August. That is when the season is over.
I'm having trouble with the hearing of this. You're saying that there is something that prevents the bats from being moved during this period of time?
Sir, that is correct. The beds are protected from April 16th to August 14th. This
Okay,
information from Fish and Wildlife.
okay, so the bats can't be touched till August.
Correct.
Okay. So, ma'am, back to you. You're moving this person to another room, another apartment?
Another building.
Say that again, please.
Another building, yes.
Another building, and when is that going to take place?
We're thinking the unit will be available ready for the resident by mid-June.
Okay. Board members, you have any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms.
I'd like to hear the date again for moving the tenant.
We're thinking that permit will be ready between the 20th to the 30th.
Yeah, the residents told you that.
You're talking a month away.
Yeah, a month away. Thank you.
Okay, just for discussion, I don't know what we can do about the bats if they're protected at this point in time. I can see her moving them and not being able to move anybody in. But it puts her between a rock and a hard place because government won't let her move them. And yet, what does she do? I think, my recommendation would be to continue the case until close to or about the 30th. That's just my recommendation to see if the lady has been moved, she's satisfied, and then they can come in with a date to remove the bats so they're not violating the law. That's just for my discussion. Board members have any other discussion?
May I say something, please?
Sure.
Like I said, the first inspection was done last year of October 8th of 2020. The manager was aware. She could have resolved the issue then by trying to transfer the tenant to a different unit, and they failed to do so. And to my understanding, that's the reason why she's not here now. I just met the new property manager in May 10th, and she assured me that sometime second week of mid-June, they will transfer the tenant to a different unit. I would like to do another inspection to verify that the tenant has been transferred sometime in mid-June.
The resident, the one that was the one that's delaying it, right?
Can she prepare an apartment by mid-June?
We have currently a person on the unit. They're moving out early June. So as soon as they moved out from the unit, we're going to prepare the unit for the resident to transfer from the unit that has the issues to the new building. So that's what we're thinking about the 20th, more or less.
Okay. All right, members of the board? Question? No questions? Okay, whose turn? Go ahead.
I move in the case of CE 20015325 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, that I grant 30 days for it to be inspected. And if the tenant is not removed, then I grant I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 per day may be assessed. And I would like to have it inspected as well at the end of that 30 days.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Somebody's got a second.
Second.
Oh,
Clayton.
okay.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I need you to repeat that.
Mr. Bordner, can I address that?
Okay, what do you need to hear?
Mr. Bordner,
Yes.
the violation for his infestation, moving the tenant would be a condition, but it won't be to come into compliance at that time because of the protective time period. You're going to have to change the wording to address the violation itself because it can't be complied within the 30 days. We can only get the property vacated at that time. So the wording has to address the condition violation.
Okay, so you want added to the violation that when the law allows them to remove the bats, that they be removed in a timely manner?
Yes, correct. That would address the violation.
Okay. So the way we're sitting right now is they have 30 days to move the tenant to get them out of that condition, and somebody will check on that. And if not, they're fined 250 days. Now, what he wants added to it is that when the period has expired from the government, and I don't know whose jurisdiction this is, that the bats be removed in a timely manner, 14 days, whatever. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to amend my motion.
You have to amend your motion. Yes, ma'am.
I move in the case of CE 200153325 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes of Ordinances listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 14 days once protected period has expired for the protected species. In addition to that, they have until end of June, 30 days to vacate the apartment.
Second. Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Does that meet with what you need, Mr. Pisano?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, the protective period ends on August 14th. So if they can just incorporate 14 days from August 14th, August 28th, I guess,
Okay,
would have to be in compliance by that date.
so you'll
So that-
amend it to August 28th. Yeah, but they can't move them until the 28th. Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So the way we've got it is within 30 days, they will have the tenant removed to another building or face a $250 a day fine. After the period where the bats can be removed, which is the 14th of August, they will have 14 more days to remove the bats. If not, the fine is till $250 a day. Okay, we all clear? Good deal? All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bordenero, we're having a problem with that motion because there is one violation and it is the infestation. I can't start the fine for them not moving the tenant when they have more time to comply the violation. Because the tenants, where they're located is not part of the violation. So I'm having a hard time figuring out how
But
to.
where the tenant is located right now is where the violation is taking place.
I know, but moving the tenant will not comply the violation. I'm having a hard time with this one.
Okay. I guess we'd have to go with everything on August the 28th.
You could do it, a condition that if the tenant is not moved, that it'll be brought back before you for reconsideration, maybe, something like that.
Okay, what if we did a two-part? Where they have the 30 days to come back and show us that the tenant has moved, and that the 28th of August, that the infestation is taken care of. Can we do that?
We can do that.
Is that what you would like to do, Ms. Boyd? She would love to do it that way, and we'll still second it. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Do we have somebody from the county attorney's office that can kind of point us, are we in the right direction? Or no?
I don't believe we do.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ma'am, do you understand what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so you have no problem in moving the tenant out within 30 days and having it scheduled for the bats to be moved by the end of August, correct?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Next case, please.
Next case is number 19, case number CE 20006839. The owner is the estate of Robert Phillips, 3673 Sugar Creek Drive. We have service and we have someone signed in for this case. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State your name and address.
Nathan Trim, 9418 Red Hawk Bend Lane, Lakeland, Florida, 33810.
Thank you. And you can pull that mic up a little closer. Thank you. Do you recognize the property in the photo?
I do.
Thank you.
Basically, oh, I'm sorry, it's not my turn.
Good morning, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 3673 Sugar Creek Drive in Tampa began back in May of 2020. The property owner is deceased. Unfortunately, there was damage done to the side of the house to recover him by local emergency services, which left it in this condition. This is the only violation we have. The property does have a per occurrence order on it, but it's not for this violation. And the case has had 7 previous cases with only 2 in the last 5 years, but both were CEB cases. The property taxes, the 2020 property taxes are not paid and it's not homesteaded. I've had a discussion with the potential new buyer for this property. Understand the property is about to come out of probate, is going to get sold, and this is going to get repaired. Sufficient amount of time to do the repair, and I think this case will close. No life safety at this time.
Okay, sir, what would you like to tell me?
In here. Yeah, so I'm the potential purchaser. I have the property under contract with the heir, and we're working through the probate process. I've been diligent in moving through with the attorneys and communicating with them. We don't really have a time frame. I'm getting other attorneys involved to kind of expedite the process. It's been 12 months plus now. And I obviously, being that it's in probate, it's not in my best interest to spend the money to repair the property, and really no one owns the property at this point. So as soon as it gets out of probate, I do currently have the property, an agreement, documents, an agreement under contract with the heir. And so I expect to close on it as soon as probate's done. We are already working through title. So as soon as it gets done, I'll probably have this. I'm a general contractor, so I have the resources to get this repaired rapidly. As soon as it gets out of probate, we'll close on this thing quickly. It's a cash deal, and I'll have it repaired within 90 days of closing. Excuse me, give me 30 days. I can have it done within 30 days of closing.
Okay, do you have any idea? Do you have a probate court date yet?
No, sir, I do not.
But it has been filed in probate court.
That is correct. It was filed around 12 months ago, so we're 12 months into probate currently.
Okay. I think what my recommendation on this would be to continue it for like 60 days so he can find out about getting a probate date so he can give us an idea of when it'd be done. Strictly my opinion. Any board members have any questions or opinions? Okay, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion that we grant a continuance for a period of, case number CE 20006-839, that we grant a continuance of 60 days to allow probate to take place and the property be either fixed or sold.
Second that motion, Denise Boyd.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We're going to continue it for 60 days, sir. Maybe you can give us a probate date or a selling date, okay?
Excuse me, are you
Yes.
continuing this to the July 30th hearing?
That's what we meant.
I'm sorry, the July, yeah,
July 30th hearing.
yes, thank you. Next case is on page 10, number.
Excuse me, Susan, hi. Hi, this is Cherie. Can you hear me?
I don't know.
Yes.
Hello.
This is.
This is Cherie Murphy with the County Attorney's Office. My internet just dropped, but I saw that you had an answer, or you had a question a while back. Is there anything that I can help with right now? I know the case is probably concluded, but I'm here. I just had some internet issues.
I believe it was in relation to the infestation. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything that I need to address that maybe you have an outstanding question about?
What we did, Ms. Murphy, is we had a problem with there being a tenant in there and there being bats in there. The bats cannot be bats, B-A-T-S. By law, the bats cannot be removed until after August, the 20-something. What we wanted to do was order to move the tenant out so they don't have to live with bats, and then have the owner have the bats removed. So what we came up with was we were going to give the landlord 30 days to move the tenant into another apartment and then August 28th to have the infestation taken care of. We were unsure, could we do that? Because this is to neither one's fault that there's a law that says they can't remove the bats.
Hi, Sheree. Okay, I'm at code. Hold on. You're on mute, Sheree. We can't hear you. Yeah. I don't see any issues. Was the landlord there?
Yes.
I'm on code right now. Give me 2 minutes. Okay, so did the landlord have any objection to that?
Well, it was the apartment manager, and no, she didn't.
Okay, I think you're fine, as long as there was no objections. You're fine. Okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. And I'm here. I'm by phone. Okay?
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, my dear.
Next case, please.
Turn to page 10, number 21, case number CE 2000-7585. The owner is Khalees Mendez Corporation, 7411 East 22nd Avenue. We have service and we have someone here in person. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And state your name and address.
Khalees Mendez, 18910 Centerra Lane, Land O'Lakes, Florida, 34638.
And do you recognize the property
Yes, ma'am.
in the photo? Yes.
Good morning, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 7411 East 22nd Avenue began on May 21st of last year. The tenant at that time was doing 4 different violations: inoperable outside open storage. He was doing vehicle repairs in a residential district. And there was also, he put up a 6-foot fence to try and hide the violations. The vehicle repairs in a residential and the fence zoning violation have complied, but we still have, as you can see from the photos, these are just a couple of days ago. We still have a little bit of outside open storage of some scrap wood and other items in the driveway. And there is a single inoperable vehicle in the driveway with no license plate. The property is not homesteaded. The taxes are paid. It's not in foreclosure, and the property owner has no previous history with our department. No life safety issues.
Thank you. What does the respondent have to say?
The vehicle is in the shop. The tenant just bought it, so he's getting a tag and everything on it. So it's in the shop right now. It's not currently there. And I asked him about the wood fence that was there, and he told me he was going to use it for a project. But when I spoke to him, I saw that it was still there. He told me he'd have it out by this weekend.
Okay. Board, any questions?
No.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, I move in case CE 2000, excuse me, 20007585, that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ma'am, 30 days
Sorry,
for
Mr. Chair.
$250.
Mr. Chair, this is the clerk's office. I didn't get who was the second.
The second was Miss Boyd.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Next case is number 22, case number CE 2000-7682. The owner is the First Calvary Family Life Ministry Incorporated, 5604 Martin Luther King Boulevard. We have service and someone is signed in and here for this case. Good morning. Afternoon. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And state your name and address.
Rosnell Dufort, 12114 Night, Jasmine Cove, Riverview, Florida, 33579.
And are you representing the church?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize the property in the photo there?
Yes.
Okay, go officer.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This property, 5604 Martin Luther King Boulevard in Tampa, began on May 22nd of last year. It is a vacant lot that is adjacent to the property owners, the church, which is the church, First Calvary Family Life Ministry. They also own this lot. This lot is also adjacent to another property that is being used for a used car repair and sales business. The current property owner has leased out this property to the car dealership as, for lack of a better word, storage. They put up a fence. They have vehicles out there for sale with no registration plates. There has also been the parking of this commercial truck on the property. The property is zoned commercial general. Commercial general in general would allow the used car dealership, but the property use on the CG property is church. There's a necessity for a site plan and for them to pursue either a variance, a non-conforming use, a rezoning, or something through development services. I finally had a great conversation with the gentleman here yesterday. We talked about all kinds of different options he has filed with development services, and his hearing is on July 20th. I would support a continuous on this case until, I would say, the July board, which is after that, or the August CESM, to find out progress on this before issuing any kind of fines or permanent type of situation. The property owner has 9 previous cases in the last 5 years. They have 1 previous CEB case, which is currently in fine run for the adjacent property, but not for these 2 violations. There are no life safety issues.
Okay, sir, what would you like to tell this board? Sir?
Yes, sir. Well, as Officer Warren said, I did submit the application for the use change of use, and the appointment is for July 20th. We will get this rectified if we could have a little bit more time, please. So
How much more time?
Well, from July 20th, I'm not sure how long the process is going to take. So if we could get maybe 120 days from today's date, maybe sooner, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. But I think, yeah.
All right. Board members, any questions?
Hit the button to turn the mic on.
Excuse me, this is Boyd. So you've submitted your variance and you'll know something by July 20th, is that correct?
Yes.
So, I'm prepared to make a motion on case number CE 20007-682 that we continue it on July 30th of 21.
A second. Jane Durazio.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Continue to the July meeting. Next case, please.
Page 11, number 23, CE 2000-7742. The owner is Juventino Leos and Olivia Leos, 4401 North Falkenberg Road. We have service and someone, I believe, is virtual on this case.
Yes. Juventino, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you perfectly. Did you hear me? Hello?
Yes, stand by.
Okay.
Okay, raise your right hand, sir. Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address.
Juventino Leos, 910 Lewis Place, Longwood, Florida, 32750.
Just a moment. Do you see the photo on the screen?
Correct.
And do you recognize that property?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Good morning, Paul Rome with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 4401 North Falkenberg Road in Tampa began on May 27th of 2020. The property is not homesteaded. The taxes are paid. There has been no change in ownership. The property owner has 5 previous cases with our department, but no CEB cases. The property is currently cited for overgrowth and accumulations. It seems to be, I get multiple complaints on this over time. It's on a main drag that goes to one of the main places people go to work. North Falkenberg is also a very popular road. The lot is very, very small, but it tends to, the biggest issue is it's just not being maintained and they're not keeping it clean. No life safety issues. Just in the photographs, you see the tires. They are not part of this complaint. That's on a separate parcel.
Okay, sir, what would you like to tell the board?
Thank you. I've been cleaning this lot for the last 3 weeks consistently. And one of my documents that I sent to prove it is a few tickets that I've been paying on the waste management. Also, I removed some of the old trees that was producing a lot of debris. And like you see in the picture, and it's a work in progress. I'm pretty sure in 3 more weeks, this is gonna be a pristine place. And obviously, I make a commitment to maintenance nice and clean.
Okay, so you say you need 3 weeks?
Yes, because these weeks are gonna be out. Next week, I come back and continue the cleaning. You see the picture that's, I chopped some of the trees like that, for example, and I put it on the sides, not spread it around. It's a little bit of order. It's work in progress.
Okay.
I'm working on it only the weekends on this lot. So I go there. Go ahead.
If you were given 30 days, then you would be assured it would be cleaned up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Board members, any questions or motions?
I'll make a motion. In case number CE 200007742, based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Code or ordinances listed and staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, you have 30 days to get it cleaned up.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Next case, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the clerk's office again. I'm sorry for the interruption. I need to take about a 2 to 3 minute break. I'm having technical difficulties. I need to restart the computer.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we are back in order, and we will take the next case, please.
Next case is on page 11, number 24, case number CE 2000-8321. The owner is Yongzhen Wu, 6809 New York Drive. We have service, and we have a virtual participant.
Yes, Yang, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, can you please enable your web camera?
Can you see me?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Yongzhen.
Yang, you're coming in and out. You must be having latency issues. Can you hear us? Young, if you can hear us, so we're not getting any audio. It's coming in and out. Must be having bad issues with your connection.
Yeah, let me try and pull over. Can you hear me better right now?
Yes. Go ahead and speak.
Yes.
Oh, stand by.
Yeah. That's my. Yeah.
I don't think we heard you when you did your name and address.
Oh, my name's Yong Sin Wu. The address is 6809 New York Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33619.
Okay, can you see the photo of the property on the screen?
Yes, I recognize the mailbox.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This property at 6809 New York Drive in Tampa began on June 4th of 2020. The property is not homesteaded. The taxes are paid. There has not been a change in ownership. The property owner has one previous case, but has no Code Enforcement Board cases. In 2020, the main dwelling structure of the property was demolished with a permit, with the intent of the property owner putting up a new house and revitalizing the accessory structure on the property. It currently has accumulations, overgrowth, fences, outside open storage, and the accessory structure without a primary. I've talked to both the property owner and also to a potential new owner. I know something is in the works. I'm sure Mr. Wu will be able to explain that to us. But the property is severely neglected. As you can see, there's not a lot of progress going on, and the neighbor to the immediate right has been calling me fairly regularly trying to get an update on whether this is going to be done. We've got overgrowth that's over 6 feet tall. So, but at this time, there are no life safety issues.
Okay, sir, what would you like to tell the board?
Yeah, initially I was planning to build a house there. Right now in the lot, I already bought all the material to build a house, and then I ran into financial issues, and I initially I have a neighbor across the street to cut the grass for me and to maintain the property. And then he tried his best, and it doesn't look so good. The photo I received from a friend, it doesn't look so good. So I hired my friend to cut the grass for me. Apparently, he didn't do a good job either. Like I just noticed recently with a conversation from a neighbor, and he said my friend didn't do anything. So that I recently got the job back. Like I stopped work because I didn't I lost my job, and then like I recently in the beginning of this year I got the job back. So well, looking at it would take me time if I have to do it again. And someone called me, like a potential buyer called me and agreed to buy my property. So I figured I'll sell it. And we had the contract on the May 10th, but then he came back and said like because he saw the code enforcement letter or notice on the on the gate. So he has agreed to fly it and fix the problem, but he's requesting a couple of weeks. So he can fix the problem. I hope that is possible too.
How long is it going to take you to get the property in compliance?
I'm hoping to sell it and let the new owner fix whatever he intends to do with the property. He's requesting a couple of weeks, so I don't know, give him 90 days.
Okay, but if the sale doesn't go through, you don't have a buyer now, and you have to do it, how long is it going to take?
Can I, let me ask you this, can I convert the garage into a dwelling? Because I already fixed up the garage, but I fixed it up as a garage. I didn't intend to.
I cannot hear him.
Young, we're having some issues. We can't hear you. If you can speak up a little bit more.
Yeah, can I convert turn the garage into the in case the buyer didn't go through? Can I turn the house into the garage into the house? And if possible, I need to find out how I can do that too. The garage is pretty much fixed up. If it turns to a house, all I need is the plumbing. Make it into a studio. All I need is the plumbing and the kitchen.
Okay, so it shouldn't take you any longer to either sell it or repair it in 90 days, right?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, any questions? Somebody like to make the motion?
I'll make a motion. I move in case CE 20008321 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 90 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 a day be assessed.
Second the motion. Boyd?
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, you have 90 days to get it into compliance.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next case, please.
Turn to page 13, number 27, case number CE 2000-9843. The owner is Joanne Scott Salas and Sarah L. Scott, 3812 Wiggins Leaf Street. We have service and we have someone signed in.
Hello.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
My name is Joanne Salas. My address 3812 Wiggin Leaf Street, Tampa, Florida 33619.
Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 3812 Wiggins Leaf Street in Tampa started with a sheriff's office complaint to us about more than what's listed in the current complaint, but we had inoperable vehicles still remaining and outside open storage of some items. The whole property is homesteaded, the taxes are paid, there is no foreclosure pending, and the property owner has no previous history with us. I also want to give her credit for the amount of work she's done, even though her kids are constantly creating issues for her. We had a great discussion a couple of days ago. She told me that probably by the time she came today, all of this would be complied, but I'll let her go forward that. There's no life safety issues.
Okay, ma'am, what would you like to tell the board?
Well, the car in question there is my grandson's car. And that's the only violation that's left. He trying to get a tag for it now. He just got a job. The car does work, and he need a little more time to get a tag for it, get a registration.
How much time?
Probably about, I'd say a month to be sure.
Okay. Members of the board, any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move in case number CE 20009853 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes or Ordinance as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, an amount of $200 per day will be assessed.
Thank you.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ma'am, 30 days or $200 a day fine. Next case,
Mr. Chair,
please.
who was the second for that motion?
Ms. Boyd?
All right, thank you.
Next case is on page 15, number 32, CE 200120883. The owner is Elaine Swank. Location 11313 Broadview Drive. We have service and we have someone signed in virtually.
That would be me.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
My name is Jenny Lynn Sherman. I am representing 11313 Broadview Road, Sefner, Florida 33584.
Are you representing the owner of the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Morning, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This property at 11313 Broadview Terrace in Sefner began on August 13th of last year. It's a vacant house. The property is zoned AS1. It currently has homesteaded, a homestead violation on it because it's not currently occupied by the owner itself, but the taxes are paid and there is no foreclosure. The property has one previous case, but has nothing in the last 5 years and no previous code board complaints. They currently have handrails for violation, an inoperable vehicle, a plumbing leak or defect, exterior walls, windows and exterior doors, and a sanitary conditions violation. I finally have had some discussions with the property owner just in the last week. They did do a couple of the repairs, but they are not to standard. For example, they put some kind of metal bars across as a railing that aren't a railing, have no, it's just not an appropriate railing. It was something that somebody just threw on there to make it try to comply. I know that this board is also now been taken down and the window is again functional. But the septic issue is still exposed. It's only covered up with a piece of plywood. My understanding, they also did some work on the exterior walls, but It's not complete, and the interior of the house is a mess. There have been some homeless issues, but there is nobody in the house currently. At this time, there's no life safety issues.
Okay, the sanitary conditions, that is just because there's a board on the septic tank or there's a problem with the septic tank?
Well, actually, we have a septic company coming to.
Now, I was talking to the
Oh, I'm
officer.
sorry.
The septic tank is, I'm sorry. The septic tank is exposed. It's only, the actual cap is missing, and they've covered up the cap, covered up with a piece of plywood. And that's not a sufficient repair. The septic tank has to be sealed closed so that it doesn't leak when this house finally is used again. It can't just be covered, have a hole in the ground covered with a piece of plywood. That's the issue with it.
Okay, ma'am, it's your turn.
Okay, so we have a septic company coming out on June 1st to put a cover on there to secure that hole. And in regards to the railings, we had the railings secured. So if it's not up to code violation standards, we'll work on getting that rectified again. We did repair the siding. We went to 3 different places trying to match the color of the siding, and we're not able to do so. And in regards to the glass, the window, we fixed the window, and we picked up all the glass that was on the ground, so that area should be secured.
How much time?
Mr.
Go ahead. Yes.
It's my understanding that removal of this car seems to be some kind of issue. Have you found some kind of remedy for that? Because that car has been there since the beginning of the case.
Okay, so in regards to this property, this is a reverse mortgage property. We are the HUD HUD Property Preservation Company that is assigned to this property. Therefore, unfortunately, we have only limited. We are only limited to do certain things on the property. But one of the laws that we go by is that we cannot remove any type of furniture or anything that belongs to the actual owner of the company. I mean, of the property. So basically, the car that you're seeing belongs to the owner of the property. So until it rolls over to become a HUD vacant, we cannot remove it off the property, which I believe it will be rolling over soon to become a HUD vacant. Once it does become a HUD vacant property, then yes, we can remove that from the property.
Okay, what do you mean by soon? 30 days? 90 days?
I would say in the next 60 days, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay, so if you can give us that opportunity, we would greatly appreciate it. And anything else that we need to do to the property in regards to, anything that's health and safety, we will rectify.
Okay. Members of the board, any questions? Somebody make a motion? Go ahead.
I move in the case of CE 200120883 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 60 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ma'am, you have 60 days.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next case.
Turn to page 18, number 37, case number CE 20013514. The owner is Robert C. Waite II, 6512 East 24th Avenue. We have service and we have someone signed in. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And state your name and address.
I'm Robert Clayton Wake II, 6512 East 24th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33619.
Thank you. Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 6512 East 24th Avenue in Tampa. This began on September 3rd of last year. The property is zoned RSC 9. The property is homesteaded and the taxes are paid. There is no pending foreclosure and the property owner has no previous history. When originally cited, there was a solid 6-foot PVC fence in the required front yard of this property. There is a 25-foot required front yard starting from the property line inwards towards the front of the house. His solution was to move the panels out and not remove the additional portions. Any fence inside that required front yard area on both sides property lines and the front property line cannot be over 4 feet. He is allowed to extend the poles by themselves 12 inches above the 4-foot limit. But the gate, those cross poles at the top, they're all 6 feet tall, and that's why he's still in violation. We have no life safety issues.
Okay, sir, what would you like to tell the board?
What did you say? I couldn't hear you. We put this fence in when we first got the house. Got a professional fence company to put it in. Of course, nobody tells you you're in violation until you get a letter. As soon as we found out we were in violation, we immediately started construction trying to fix the problem. It's a very dark street. There's only one light on that street. My lighting is in that top rail of the fence. So when we were asked to move it down to 4 feet, of course, during the pandemic with no money, we had a guy come over, take the panels out, lower it down 4 feet like that. And we were trying to ask the board if we could just leave the lighting, because at night, I brought some pictures, you can see. It's a very dark street. We got people walking up and down that street that I know don't live there because I feed them at McDonald's on the weekends. I had my wife and my child live there. I've been in security for 30 years, and I know in order to keep a property safe, you start with the perimeter. So I'm just asking that they allow the 4-foot clearance that we've done so fire department, police department, anybody can see in or get in, and just keep the security of that top rail and the lighting that's in that rail. Here's the fence done by Fence Outlet. Here's the ones we're trying to protect.
Okay, this board does not have the power to go against the ordinance of the 4 feet. Mr. Rowan, could they get a variance for that?
It's possible. I wouldn't say it wouldn't be worth trying.
Okay.
Here's the lighting. May I say one more thing?
Certainly.
We did an assessment of the neighborhood, and there's recently, and I know what others do has nothing to do with us, but there's a brand new construction on this same neighborhood. They're 4 feet off the road with a 6-foot fence. And like I said, we're not using that as something here, but if we could just get grandfathered in to have the security of the lighting in that top rail, we'd really appreciate that. And we started, as soon as we knew we were in violation, the next day I just got out of surgery. I met this young man, and we started construction immediately because we didn't want to be in any kind of violation. But add to this thing, seems like to me a fence company that knows better than to break the law should not be allowed to do that in a neighborhood. Maybe we could work together somehow in the future to make sure fence companies don't do this to people like ourselves. That fence has been up for 2 years. The neighbors really appreciate the lighting. The lady across from me is a single lady. The guys next to me on this side rent, and I got a single woman on this side as well that really appreciate the light on the street.
Okay. Mr. Rowan, if you'd instruct him where to try and get a variance if that's what he wants to do. But we do have to adjudicate this case anyways, okay? And probably to apply and whatever, it's going to take them maybe 60 days or so. Just my recommendation, my thoughts. We continue it for 60 days, see if he has gone down for his variance. And if not, we'll rule on the case then. That's just my opinion. Board members,
I'm prepared to make a motion.
go ahead.
In case number CE 2001-3514, that we grant a continuance of 60 days to allow Mr. Waite to pursue getting a variance for the fence and hopefully have good reports by that date.
I'll second that at the July 27th meeting then.
The July 27th meeting, fine with you?
It's July 30th.
That's what we meant.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, July 30th.
July 30th meeting. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Sir, what you have is you have 60 days to go down, apply for, bring us back the paperwork showing that you either have the variance, don't have the variance, or whatever they tell you, bring in writing. Okay? And we will rule on what they say, whether you get a variance or not. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next case, please.
Next case is number 38, case number CE 2001-3764. The owner is Andres Nestor Puig Gomez, 10503 North Phlox Glade Lane. We have service and someone is here for this case. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name and address.
It's 10503 North Blocks Glade Lane, Donoso Sasa 33592.
And your name?
Andres Nestor with Gomez.
Do you recognize the property in the photo there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 10503 North Felix Lane, Glade Lane in Donotosasa began on September 14th of 2020. The property is zoned a residential PD. The property is homesteaded and the taxes are paid. There is no pending foreclosure. There is also no new owner listed. And the property owner has no previous history with us. This is based on a citizen's complaint. When we originally started, Mr. Gomez is in the process of tearing down the mobile home that was on the property. It's been a very slow process. It's, I want to say, about 90% done. There's a very little amount of accumulations. Probably the biggest thing is the frame from the mobile home that used to be there. He has argued with me about the fence. I've explained to him that tin roof fencing material is not allowed. We were not able to come to any kind of agreement on that, and that has resulted in us being here. I have gotten a few complaints from neighbors about the activity that's gone there and which originated this case. There are no life safety issues at this time.
Okay, sir, your turn.
Well, I don't know about the neighbor complaint. That bushy or debris is there. I don't put it there. That's the neighbor debris there. Trespassing the property and go and put garbage there. When I buy this property, like 4 or 5 years ago, I was like a totally in bad condition. 3 old, 6, 7 foot. I was working really hard for all this time. I lived there, and the property was in very bad condition. The mobile home, I had to tear it down.
And when I do that was in September, like 2 weeks before he show out on the property. And I explained to him about that. I just start like 2 weeks. That's why you see the wall like this, the wood on the floor, because I put everything in my property, nothing on site. And finally, I already finished with the whole mobile home. It's a double wide. I just put it down with my son on the day off. When I was getting off, I got a car accident like 2 months ago. I hurt my back. That's why I can continue with the frame now. But the frame is totally clean. The property is totally clean now. Yes, I had a question about the fence because when he showed out my property, he don't even get out from the truck. He talked to me from the truck, and I talked to him to try to show me what is the problem. And he was inside the truck. He had some problem to hear me when I tried to explain to him. My English is really hard to understand. I understand that. But he don't even get out from the car, and I don't understand why he's talking. And I told him about the fence, sir. This fence, I need this fence because the neighbor trespassing the property on the night time because right now I don't live there. And they are trespassing, dog trespassing, people doing all kinds of stuff. I am the last house on the street. People just parking car right there without authorization from me. And that's why I need to put the fence. He said, oh, I don't see any problem in you to put the fence because this is a rural area and this is a private road. Okay, I build the fence with 2 different materials. The one on the top, I take it from the side of the house. I don't know about the rulers. Do you see the fence paint? It's nice. I talked to the neighbor, the owner, the actual owner, not the tenant. The tenant have the place like this, like you see right there. All this garbage, all this accumulation is right there. And every time the wind blows, all this garbage going to my property, and I had to clean the people's garbage plus my stuff. My construction stuff. And that's what I think he says his argument because he didn't listen to me when I tried to explain to him why I need the fence. Now, I want to know because I put everything down. The property is clean already, and I put it down the half fence now. I need to continue with another half, but I want to know if I had the option to keep the bottom part because I see a lot of people. And Hillsborough County with that kind of fence like this, with the 4 feet and that kind of material. And I don't know if it's allowed or it's not allowed. I just want to know if I can continue with that part, the 4 feet. The top one is already gone.
Okay,
the property is clean.
Officer Rowan, is the material itself?
Yeah, it's actually metal. It's a metal fence. The bottom one, the bottom part.
Yeah, I'm talking to the inspector right now.
Oh.
Is the material itself classified as fencing material?
Mr. Bordero, Steven Saucer, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. The Development Services has already made a determination on this when they did a zoning interpretation. And roof tin, AKA roof metal, as we see here in this photograph, is specifically prohibited.
Okay. So, sir, your answer is you cannot use that type of material for your fence.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, no problem. I put it down. That's no problem. It take me a couple of days to put it down now. Yeah.
Okay, and you have taken care of the mobile home is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's totally clean already. The area is clean, the mobile home. The only I have is the metal frame, and I need to bring somebody to, cut in piece and do whatever I had to do with that. But I don't think that's a problem because it's in my property. And that's why this is another question I have. Can I leave it there for now? Because I am in the process now to apply for another mobile home. And they're getting high 2 times this year. It's very expensive. And I don't have the money to pay the down payment and stuff like that. I just went into everything, come back to the normal after the COVID process. Because I lost my job last year. And I went in the car accident 2 months ago. And now I try to do everything to don't be in violation, I don't know if I can keep the frame in my property for now until I buy the new one.
How long are you talking?
I'm sorry, say again?
You talking 3 days, 60 days?
I don't know. I need some time because
I don't either.
I don't know, maybe 3 or 6 months more to buy the mobile home and I don't know even if I can buy the mobile home, but I want to know if in case if I don't have the option to buy right now, the mobile home, the frame is going to be clean. It's no, actually, I don't have power. I don't have, everything is disconnected. Everything is clear there. I know that no, it's not any issue for the neighbor or people, at least if they're not trespassing. If you see, I have to put all this sign right there because people trespassing in the nighttime, on the daytime, they are parking. The next two house, they are bring family and make party, and all these people parking in my property. And that's why I got this issue here, because I try to keep the place clean and order, and it's hard because when I leave the place, they are doing whatever they want there. That's why I stay. I try to keep the fence like that. But if I don't have the option, I had to build in wood. No, how many? I was confused about because I don't know about construction. How high has to be the fence? 4 or 6?
Mr. Rowan, let him know how high his fence needs to be.
The fence has got to be replaced, and just, he can keep a fence. It's just got to be made of the right material, and it can't be more than 6 feet.
More than
There you go.
6
More
feet.
than
It's
6
okay.
feet.
Okay. What about in the
No more
front?
than 6 feet tall. Oh, I understand what you're talking about. That's not something I identified in the case where his actual required front yard is. He would have to identify where the required front yard is to make sure that it can go over 4 feet.
And that's something you can show him. Or he needs a survey.
I need the fence. I need to take it out that one and put it together.
Sir, I'm talking to the inspector.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Borden, Mr.
Yes.
Bordenero, if I may, Stephen Saucier from Code Enforcement. I was also out at the property back in 2020, I believe, and I also met the owner as well. The photograph that is displayed right now with the green fence, that green fence is made with roof tin and secondhand material, which are specifically prohibited. One is the secondhand material is prohibited by the fence ordinance. The roof tin is prohibited by a zoning interpretation. The required front yard for this particular area is where you see the sign there where it says do not block driveway. That is the access point to go into the front portion of his property. So this green yellow fence here would be his side lot line, not his front lot line. His front lot line will be where those blocks are, right behind that sign. That was the way to enter his parcel when we did our inspections. So this what's the parcel zone? RSC 9 or PD? RSC 9?
Huh?
What is it zoned?
It's RSC 9.
Okay, the property is zoned RSC 9, 20.
20.
You see
The property is zoned RSC 9, so the required front yard is a 20-foot required front yard. Within the first 20 feet of that front yard, you cannot have a 6-foot high fence. If you want to come out 4 feet all the way to your front lot line, you can come out 4 feet. Also,
on the front 4, on the side 6.
no, not all the way out. You cannot come 6 feet all the way out like that.
No, but I'm talking where the green is right now, the higher.
We'll talk about those, but the way it is in those photographs is incorrect. You can't.
Okay, to make this simpler, we'll have one of the inspectors go out and actually point to where he can put his fence.
You want to do it?
I'll go and do it.
Whoever wants to do it. But the part of the trailer still needs to be removed. That is correct?
Yes. The front.
Okay.
Mobile home frame.
The frame has to be removed
Yeah,
too?
it's gotta go. Accumulations.
All right, members of the board. Do you have any questions?
No, that was my question about the fence and the frame, yeah.
Okay, they're going to come out and they're going to show you.
Okay.
All right, who'd like to make a motion? Go ahead, Ms. Boyd.
You just need to click it once. It needs to be green.
Sorry.
I move in the case CE 20013764 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant him 30 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $150 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, sir, you have 30 days to come into compliance. One of those gentlemen will be out and show you where the fence can be.
Okay.
Next
thank you.
case.
Thank you.
Next case is number 39, case number CE 20013765. The owner is East MLK LLC, 6808 East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. We have service and we have someone signed in for this case. Is anyone here for this case? Okay, we had someone here, but he left. Board members, do you want to go ahead and hear the case since I've called it?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Officer, go ahead.
Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 6808 East Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard in Tampa began on September 10th of last year. The property is zoned RSC 6. It is not homesteaded. It's currently vacant also. The 2020 taxes have not been paid, but it is not in foreclosure. The property owner has one other case actually pending going to hearing with us on a different address, but not for the violation of overgrowth that we have. I did talk to the property owner when he was here earlier, and he told me that he has somebody taking care of it. But apparently they're not doing it on a regular basis. That's why it seems like every time I go back, it's overgrown again. He said he's going to try to get it more regularly maintained. And hopefully once he gets a tenant into the house, it'll stay in compliance. There's no life safety issues.
Okay, members of the board, any questions? Who'd like to make a motion?
Prepared to make a motion in
Go.
case number CE 20013765 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 30 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved, a fine of $200 a day be assessed.
I'll second the motion. Boyd. Aye.
Can you do a roll call, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Board Naro?
Yes.
Boyd? Boyd?
Aye.
Clayton?
Opposed?
Durazio?
Yes.
Motion
Okay.
carried 3-1.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Page 19, number 40, case number CE 200138822. The owner is James E. Bolton Jr., 6701 East 19th Avenue. We have service and someone is signed in for this case. Good morning. Raise your right hand, please. I'm sorry, good afternoon. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And state your name and address?
James Edward Bolton Jr., 5846 Langston Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33619.
And do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, sir, could you pull your mask up a little? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 6701 East 19th Avenue in Tampa began on September 11th of 2020. The property is zoned residential duplex conventional 12. It is not homesteaded. It's a vacant lot and the taxes are paid. There is no pending foreclosure and the property owner has no previous history. Originally cited for accessory without a primary use and for development in the right-of-way. I had a discussion with the supervisor and made the decision to close the development in the right-of-way case. We're only going forward with the accessory because it basically covers everything that's going on the property. He put a large shed on the property and put a deck around it. He's also storing things on the property, a vehicle and things like that. It's a very small lot. I've had a couple of discussions with him. I had a discussion with a good friend of his that also works for the county. He has some plans for this. When I took the photo here, I actually thought he might actually have gotten the building permit because I saw the building permit box. But I did some research and the permit hasn't been issued. So it may be he's still in pre-hearing or pre-submittal status with the county. But I'll let him explain as far as that. We don't have any life safety issues on the property.
Okay, sir, go ahead. What do you want to tell the board?
Yes, I did contact Hillsborough County, and I was trying to ask for rezoning for the property itself. I'd done a lot of work in there when I first purchased the property, but as I got the violation, I kind of lost interest in the property really. But I have been trying to, maintain the property, keep it up to standards. I mean, when I first got there, I spoke with a lot of the residents around there, and they were kind of excited about me moving into the property, because of the drugs and all the prostitution and whatever they had going on, illegal dumping and stuff. So I wasn't using the property for storage. I was just going to use it for, family gatherings or something. So, I mean, I'm working on trying to get it rezoned now.
Okay, have you applied?
Sir?
Have you applied for the rezoning?
Yes, I did.
Okay, they didn't give you an idea of when?
They give you a meeting date yet? Oh, no, they didn't. I haven't gotten a meeting date.
Okay. Yeah, something like this could
I
take,
don't have an application number or anything like that. I did it online. I'm not very good at this here stuff. This is my first time because I did speak with Paul and I gave him the zoning stuff that I had. I had a permit did for it and whatnot. And what my violation is what basically?
The issue on the property is that it's a vacant lot and there's no primary dwelling. So
Right.
there can't be anything on the lot stored there. The shed is considered an accessory structure. It's not a primary dwelling.
Mhm.
Until a primary dwelling is on the property, you can't do anything except cut the grass.
So I have to actually move the shed.
I actually, if you really are going forward with rezoning or a variance or an NCU or whatever you're doing with the county, I would support a continuance on this because the honest answer is if they grant it, you're going to be allowed to do what you're doing.
Okay. I would like to continue with that there. How many days can I get in order to do this?
I don't know how long it's going to take the board. I do think it should be continued, but Members of the board, any questions? Would one of you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion in KCE 200138222 to continue until the July 30th meeting.
A little bit longer than.
Okay, I'll change that to the August 27th
August 27th meeting?
meeting.
26th, do we have a, whatever day that meeting is? Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second the motion. Boyd?
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? So what we have is we're going to continue this to the August 26th meeting. Sir, that should give you enough time to get something settled from the county.
Yes,
Do not come back here on that date and say, John down at the county said, bring us something we can read from whoever you speak to, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Next case, please.
Thank you.
Turn back to page 12, number 25, case number CE 2000-9159. The owner is GKJ Home Solutions Incorporated. Location 7407 Connecticut Drive. We have service and we have a representative signed in virtually, and she is also here for another case. So as soon as we finish this one, we'll go to the next one. And if I could get her on screen, I'll give her the oath.
Yes, is this Vanessa?
Yes, this is she.
Vanessa, I noticed you are called in by phone. You need to use the application so you can use the video purposes to provide testimony.
Okay, I apologize. How do I do that?
If you have a smart device, you need to download the application, the WebEx application. Once you have it downloaded, you can just go back to that email and click join meeting. And then you'll have the option to use your video and audio.
Okay, I'm downloading the app now.
Okay, we're having technical difficulties on this person, so we're going to go to another case. While we're waiting. Case number, let's turn to page 19, number 41, case number CE 20014072. The owner is the estate of Hattie Larry, 409 Sly Avenue. We have service and we have some people signed in. Finally. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
And step up to the mic and give your name and address, and then you can.
Lamarcus Larry, 5127 Puritan Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33617.
Okay.
Renetta Larry, 5127 Puritan Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33617.
And are you two heirs to this estate? Is that your?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, this is glare in the lights. I can't see from. Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 409 Sly Avenue in Sefner began on September 17th of 2020. Your property is zoned AS1, is not homesteaded, is tenant occupied. The taxes are paid and there is no foreclosure pending. The property has 3 previous cases, but nothing in the last 5 years, and there has never been a code board case on it. The property currently has accumulations, overgrowth, inoperable vehicles, and outside open storage. They unfortunately never got in touch with the property owners. The notices sent to them were never given to them. When I finally served the notice of hearing on the property, they got that, and they have now begun working on this. So probably with a sufficient amount of time, 30, 45 days, they probably have this done. There are no life safety issues.
Okay, which one of you wishes to speak first?
I will.
Okay.
Yeah, those pictures there, we pretty much cleared up everything. If we can have maybe 30 to 60 days, we would, should have be cleared up with everything else. Just a few little things, few little items that's got to be cleared up. All the grass and stuff is taken care of. It's just a few, trailers and stuff that has to be taken care of from there.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have anything different to say than what he has testified to? I guess not. Okay. Board members, any questions? We need a motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion. Case number CE 2001407. I'm moving that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation and the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 60 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 per day to be assessed.
Second, Clayton. Aye.
Could you repeat that?
Okay, you have 60 days, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr.
Next
Chairman,
case.
can you repeat the vote? It was not on the audio.
The vote was unanimous.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Vanessa, can you hear us?
Can hear you.
Okay, she's good to go.
And back to page 12, number 25, case number CE 2000-9159. The owner is GKJ Home Solutions Incorporated, 7407 Connecticut Drive, and we have service. And if I can get her on screen, we'll do the oath.
Vanessa, are you there?
Yes.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And state your name and address.
Vanessa Torres, address is 7507 Lakeshore Drive, Tampa, Florida 33604.
And how are you related to this?
I work for the owner.
Okay. And I understand you have a power of attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 7407 Connecticut Drive in Tampa began on June 16th of 2020. The property is a vacant lot zoned residential duplex conventional. It is not homesteaded. The 2020 taxes are still outstanding. There is no change in ownership and there's no previous history. There's also no foreclosure pending on the property. It's simply an overgrowth case. It's not being maintained on a regular basis to make sure that the overgrowth doesn't get over 10 inches. I have discussed this a couple of times with Jessica, and she assures me that it's getting done, but apparently it's getting done when I call and not more regularly. No life safety issues.
Okay, ma'am, what would you like to tell the board?
Yes, sir. He is absolutely correct. It has not been maintained over the last course of, COVID and everything. We've let several employees go, causing us not to have it maintained regularly. However, we have been able to be granted a loan and it should be getting maintained regularly going forward. I have it scheduled to be cut this Saturday, so I don't think it's going to be an issue going forward.
Okay, so it should be done easily by Monday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Members of the board, do you have any questions? Somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move in the case of CE 200091159 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property is in violation of Hillsborough County Codes of Ordinances as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violations, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 7 days to come into compliance. And if compliance is not achieved by that day, a fine of $125 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Ma'am, you have 7 days.
Yes, sir.
Next case, please.
Okay, page 13, number 28, CE 2000-9940. The owner is Guillermo Lopez and Cynthia Gomez, 3001 North 75th Street. We have service, and I believe Ms. Vanessa is also representing this case.
Yes.
And you've taken the oath already. Please state your name for this case, your name and address.
It's Vanessa Torres. Address is 7507 Lakeshore Drive, Tampa, Florida 33604.
Okay. And we're going to have a picture in a minute, and you can. Okay, do you see that photo?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 3001 North 75th Street in Tampa began on June 30th of 2020. The property is not homesteaded. The property taxes for 2019 and 2020 have not been paid. The property is not in foreclosure, and the property owner has no previous history. They're only cited with us for the fence zoning violation in the front yard, which is 6 feet. The RDC 12 requires a 20-foot setback from the right-of-way. It is not 20 feet. They actually can't put the fence back enough to be able to keep it at 6 feet because the house is in the way. The case got attention brought to it because it now has a development service case running against it. When the property owner bought it, he built the house, built a garage, and put the fence up and all kinds of things on the interior, never pulled any permits or anything. So building services has a case running against them also. But the only thing we're addressing at this particular point is the 6-foot fence in the required front yard. There are no life safety issues.
Okay. Do they have room for a 4-foot fence?
I'm sorry, say again?
You said there wasn't room to put up a 6-foot fence. Is there room for a 4-foot fence?
Yes, there is. That's the issue. It needs to be 4 feet in the space that it's in now.
Okay, thank you. Sir, go ahead. Do we have somebody here testifying?
Yes, it's sorry, I thought you said sir. So I was asking, I have spoke to Paul on several occasions to ask the court if they could possibly move the fence back. The confusion I think that everyone is having is the way that we enter the property is off to the Illinois Avenue versus not the physical address of the home. So if you look right at the picture that's currently there, if you go back 20 feet, that puts it back to the back of this side of the house. But that's technically and legally the front of the house, even though the side entrance is off to the Illinois address and not the 75th address. So I was asking to possibly see if I could do a variance, but when checking into the variance, it came out to 1980. That's just to apply for the variance, not to necessarily say, hey, it's going to be approved nor denied. And then fees start accumulating from there. So versus taking down the fence to a 4-foot fence, I was hoping we could make it go back to the side of the house. But he's saying that's not possible, but that's not the front of the house. That's not the legal address of the house.
The only other option is a variance.
Okay.
That's correct. Either you get a variance or that fence comes down or down to 4 feet.
Okay.
Those would be your options.
All right. I will, I guess I'm going to have to move forward with the variance then. I really,
Okay.
that kind of option that, but, all right.
All right, members of the board, do you have any questions? Why? You could. You could. Sure. Go ahead.
In case number CE 200009940, make a motion that we do a continuance to the August 27th meeting in order to give the owner the ability to pursue a variance or get the fence changed, one of the two.
I appreciate that.
Second the motion, Boyd.
Second who? Boyd? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion's carried. Do not come back on the 27th with Fred said, okay?
Understood.
We need something in writing from them saying, well, yeah, I mean, if they set you a hearing date, then you're going to have to tell us that there's a hearing date so we can respond from there, okay?
Understood.
Okay, next case, please.
Turn to page 21, number 45, case number CE 2100-6691. The owner is China Family Restaurants Incorporated, 13212 North Nebraska Avenue. We have service. And we had someone signed in. And raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
My name is Evelyn Diaz. I live at 13212 North Nebraska, Tampa, Florida, 33612.
And are you representing the China Family
Yes, ma'am.
Restaurants? And do you recognize the property in the photo?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You got to be in the microphone.
Oh.
Thank you.
Morning, Ryan Lance, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. 13212 North Nebraska in Tampa, the Frontier Mobile Home Park was cited by the county back on May 13th this year. The ordinance that were charged was nuisance condition for open septic, connection to drainage systems. There's either broken or defective drainage systems, and general plumbing. We got leaky sewage on at least 5 of the units.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with the restaurant other than the restaurant owns it. This is a mobile home park?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am, what would you like to say?
Okay, the ones that he just showed us, I'm complied with these here.
So you're complied with everything?
No, not everything, no, there's a lot more. The 206 address, Linwood. 206 Linwood Drive is completed, 208.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about 13212 North Nebraska Avenue?
Yes, sir, but those are individual places. The 13212 is a physical part, physical address.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, they're lot numbers that she's referenced to.
Yeah, there's different trailers, there's cottages and stuff like that on different streets.
Okay. So we're not talking about a lot number when you're saying there are 5 that are not in compliance. We're talking about that broad address. Sir?
Yes, that's correct. The officers did more what referred to as a sweep through and identified 5 violations with this condition.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 5 locations with this condition violation.
Okay. All with the same owner.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am, back to you. The mobile home is what we're talking about. What they found that was wrong, has that been repaired?
Yes.
Everything's done. It's connected to the sewer system. Plumbing's fixed. Nuisance conditions are fixed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we send an inspector out within 7 days, there shouldn't be a problem. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Just for my thought, I would do something like a 7-day with a little bit higher fine, just in case. But it's up to y'all.
I'll make a motion. I move in case CE 21006691 that based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator, and the violator's history, I grant 7 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $500 a day be assessed.
I'll second the motion. Boyd?
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Ma'am, an inspector will be out within 7 days.
Okay.
Next case
Can you confirm the fine amount on that motion?
was $500.
500. Okay, thank you. That's not
You're
what I
welcome.
heard. Next case is on page 23, number 47, case number CE 200-13131. This is a rehearing request. The owner is Antoinette Meyer, 608 East Morgan Street. This case was initially heard on January 29th, and the case was continued to the hearing on April 30th. On April 30th, no one appeared at the hearing, and the board issued an order to come into compliance. And we received a rehearing request from Antoinette Meyer for that hearing on April 30th. And she is here virtually, I believe.
Yes, I'm here.
Raise your right hand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And state your name and address.
Antoinette Meyer, 12907 Gordon Road, Riverview, 33579.
Thank you. And board members, do you have a copy of her communication? Okay, so the board will first need to rule on whether or not they're going to rehear the case.
Okay, so what's already been stated is the case has been adjudicated and ordered, and she is contesting. Is that what we're at?
No, she's not contesting. She is requesting a rehearing
Okay.
for the reasons in her letter that she sent.
Okay, yeah, I'm reading the letter.
Susan, was it timely filed, the request? Susan?
What was that?
Was it timely filed? Was the motion for rehearing?
Yes, it
timely
was. I'm
filed?
sorry. I couldn't tell who was talking. Yes, it was
Yeah,
filed
I'm sorry.
timely. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so what's before the board right now is there was a hearing, it was adjudicated, and the respondent is asking for a rehearing. And I don't know
And it
why.
has to be based on, right, it has to be based on new evidence. What is she stating that new evidence is some type of error that was made?
She did provide, she provided some paperwork that was not presented at the hearing on April 30th.
So the question is whether or not, if that paperwork had been presented, whether or not it may have swayed the outcome. I mean, is it relevant?
She believes it
I guess
was.
the board. Yeah, but I think the board's going to have to decide whether they think that information could have swayed the case.
Okay, I see nothing in here that has to do with the disabled parking or parking requirements, which is attached. I do see a site and subdivision plan submittal, and it has nothing on it. It's just a fill in the blank that has not been filled in. That's
okay. So, yeah, I might not have missed. I might have missed a few parts of the case. So, what was the violation? Like, what was the actual charge that she was?
The original violation was disabled parking and paving requirements.
Okay. That she didn't have, that her, it's a business, I assume, right? Some type of parking lot? Am I right?
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't.
Cherie, Morgan just emailed you the rehearing request that we received.
Okay, I see it right now. Let me see. Okay, so but the violation related to, does she have a business, like some type of business?
Yes, it's a daycare center.
Okay, and was the violation that she didn't provide adequate parking for disabled patrons? Was that the violation?
And also paving.
And also
Parking lot.
paving, so it wasn't paving. Okay, and I'm looking at the evidence here. All I have is a blank, looks like it's blank.
That's exactly what I have too.
Looks like it's some type of site and subdivision plan submittal. The date is June. No, that's not the date. Okay, May.
That should be correct. June, it was submitted in
May
April. My
4th.
engineer submitted it in April. And it was, I guess, done, processed in May, and June 2nd, they are going to give us the review. If we need to resubmit and change anything, or if it's approved by the county, the submittal.
Okay, so you had your pre-submittal, looks like January of 2021, correct?
Yes, and then my
Was that
submittal was
okay.
submitted in April, processed in May, and in June 2nd, the board's supposed to, all the board members are supposed to let us know what's approved and what's not approved by the
Okay,
site that my engineer submitted.
Okay, and when was your hearing date, Susan? Susan, when did she come before the board? What date was
January 30th.
was her board date?
Believe it was January 29th.
They entered.
The first hearing
January
shows
29th was her, what was her hearing date?
Then it was continued to April the 30th of 21, waiting on the approval
Waiting on
And-
the approval.
of what I don't know because nothing was
This was
submitted.
done in light. That's what she wants to see.
Okay, so
The date.
when she
Mr.
came in on the 24th, she had advised that she had put in the application, correct?
I couldn't tell you whether she advised she did or she didn't, but the order was to continue to come into compliance on or before 5/30/2021.
5/30/2021. Because I'm trying to determine, I guess, one of the issues the board has to look at, and it doesn't sound like she has the approval as of today's date. Am I correct, ma'am, that you haven't been approved?
That is correct. I did the pre-submittal in January, right before the meeting, the board meeting for this. I did a pre-submittal in January, the end of January. The surveyor came out the end of February. My engineer, he sent over the paperwork to my engineer in March. My engineer submitted the submittal in April. The submittal was processed in May.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like it's new evidence. I think it would, because if this had been approved, let's say prior to the board's ruling, and maybe the board, and you didn't have that documentation in hand, then that may be newly discovered evidence, but it sounds like you're still in the process of coming into compliance since you don't have the approval. So I don't know if this qualifies as newly submitted evidence.
Well, I can tell you, Ms. Murphy, that on her second hearing, no one did appear. So she had her first hearing, bringing it to April, did not appear on the next, and is now, I've, and I'm sure the board has too, we've looked this over, and the only thing we have is a blank approval form that has nothing on it.
Mr. Chairman?
I can see a little bit on here,
It's
but
not blank. It's
yeah,
just a, there's nothing approved. It's just a submittal. Yeah.
a submittal. So had she come in, had everything been approved, and had it been approved before you ruled, I think that would be newly submitted evidence. This sounds like she's still going through the process. So maybe what she can do, the next step would be is once she comes into compliance, then she can meet with code staff to then go to settle, you know, to maybe see what.
Extremely, extremely light.
Yeah.
It's written very, very lightly. So it's not blank.
Yeah, so I don't, but you know, the board needs.
This is the date she entered.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess at this point, the board
It's
needs to
very,
make a
very,
motion
very
as to
light,
whether.
and that's the way the system is. Something we can get.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the board would have to make a motion as to whether you want to grant her motion for a rehearing that, and she'd have to show that it's new evidence that was not available at the time of the hearing. So she has not been approved, so I wouldn't say that's newly submitted evidence, or that there was some error in her past hearings. So the board needs to look at those two factors and make a decision as to whether you want to grant her motion for rehearing. It sounds like she's not in compliance. She's working towards compliance, but it has not been achieved as of today's date.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board. My thoughts, no new evidence has been submitted. Nobody showed up on the hearing of 4/3. The case was adjudicated, and I have not been presented, or we have not been presented any new evidence. My recommendation would be to deny the rehearing. But it's up to the board who would ever like to make a motion.
I'm prepared to make a motion in case number CE 200133131 that the hearing request for a rehearing request be denied.
Second the motion, Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. There will be no rehearing.
So what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to pave your parking lot and
But I can't do anything. I can only do what the county is allowing me to do. It's already in process.
and have a disabled parking permit, and that will put parking area, and that will put you in compliance.
Is there
Next
a way
case.
for me to appeal this?
Do what now?
Is there a way for me to appeal it? Because it's already in the process. Like I can't, it's already in the county for my submittal. I can't force them to give me that approval until they've already done the process, but it's already been submitted.
Well, that should have been done prior to this coming to a hearing to start with. This started 9/1 of 2020. We have ruled and we're going on to the next case. Next case, please.
Turn to page 24, number 48, under staff reports. Case number CE 2002336. The owner is Jorge Caballero Santana. And I believe Mr. Santana is here. This case was brought back as a staff report by Citizen Board Support due to an error we found. This was ruled a repeat violation and a per occurrence fine was ordered, but upon further review, it seems that we did not have proper notification that this was a repeat violation, so it really shouldn't have been ordered a per occurrence. And that's why we're bringing it back.
Okay, officer.
Good afternoon, John Carey in Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Basically, long story short, the incorrect notification was sent out. The case went through the motions. It was presented before the board and adjudicated. And as it was stated, it was then identified that the incorrect notice went out. So that's pretty much where we're at right now. Thank you.
Okay, sir, what would you like to say?
No.
I don't think any
I'm sorry, but were
testimony
they given
is,
the oath?
excuse me?
I wanted to make sure you're giving them the oath.
Oh, they haven't said anything yet, but no, I didn't give them the oath yet.
Okay.
If they decide to testify, I will. This is basically, we would want you to withdraw that order that was previously issued because it was really, shouldn't have been. And is it still in compliance?
Yes, this property is in compliance.
And perhaps just enter a remain in compliance instead because we didn't have proper notification on the repeat violation.
Okay, so you need an order of compliance. We need to, would you say we need to revoke the first order?
Rescind, yes, rescind the previous order. And then if you wish, you can issue an order to remain in compliance.
Okay. Board members. You would use the case.
In the case, I move in the case of CE 200023336 that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property was in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinance of the previous order dated, what was the date?
You gonna read the case
I
number?
don't
and you're
believe
gonna-
I provided that this moment.
We don't have a previous case. This is,
I'm going to give it to you. Hang on just a minute.
okay.
I apologize. I should have had that on there. Okay. Doesn't look right. Just a moment. I'm sorry. I should have had that on the write-up. Okay, the hearing date was January 29th. And I'm not sure when that was ordered, dated. Just a moment. I really do apologize. Okay. The order that you issued on January 29th stated that it was a repeat violation of the previous order dated June 28, 2017. And this order is dated February 1st, 2021. This is the one that you're going to rescind. It's the one dated February 1st, 2021. And I apologize for that.
Okay. I move in the case CE 200023336, dated February 2nd, February 18th of 2020, be rescinded. Also, in the case of CE 200023336, that based on the evidence presented, I find that the property was in violation of Hillsborough County Code and ordinances as presented. Further, I find that the property is now in compliance with this code provision in order that it remain in compliance with this code provision.
Just a correction, that was the order being rescinded was dated February 1st, 2021.
I'm sure that's what she meant to say.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Last second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
I don't believe we have any other citizens to testify at this point. So we can just go back through the agenda for all the unheard cases.
Seeing there's no one present in the audience for the remaining cases on the agenda, the board will now review the case materials previously provided by the county staff And if the board finds this property is in violation of Hillsborough County Code of Ordinances as listed in staff's presentation, the board ruling in each case will be based on the evidence presented, gravity of the violation, action taken by the violator, violator's history, and determination the amount of the fine that will be assessed. Next case.
Turn to page 2 under continued cases, number 3, case number CE to 2000-9804. The owner is Land Trust number DRCLG 8525 Montague, Tampa. This case was continued from the hearing on November 20th of 2020. And we did not have a hearing date at that time, and it subsequently became aware that we had not scheduled it, so this is the agenda we put it on, and they have been notified of the hearing date.
Officer? Do we have an officer?
Good afternoon. This is Mike Smoke with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case, CE 20009-804, was originally brought to our attention back in, August, no, it was July 1st of 2020. Residents of mobile home park on Sheldon Road, that's known as Meadow Brook Park, filed complaints about various issues on the property, which included nuisance conditions, which are many potholes on the roadway, accumulations of junk, trash, and debris on the roadside, commercial vehicles parked in the property, inoperable vehicles as well. The parcel itself is a small, narrow strip that runs about a mile west off of Sheldon Road over in the direction of Montague Street. And it is used by the citizens of Meadowbrook Park to access their homes. It's the only access to the mobile home park. And they were complaining mainly about the potholes because they were getting really bad and they were damaging their vehicles, as they were saying. I went to the site, I observed the violations. There were lots of potholes, lots of photographs, lots of inoperable vehicles on the property. There was also overgrowth, accumulations, photographed them, cited the owner. And from what I remember from the original hearing, it was put forward that the listed owner of the property for the property appraiser's office, as well as the property deed, didn't really own the property. And I believe that's why they requested a continuance, so that they could come forth with evidence to show that they did not own the property.
Okay, and the county shows that they do?
I didn't.
Did the county show that they do own this property?
The property appraiser's office does show them as the owner, yes.
Okay, and they're not here to rebuke that. Okay, members of the board, motion, please.
I make a motion in case number CE 20009-804 that we do not continue this case, and that the adjudication, what was the to fix it? Okay. Okay, I believe we grant a continuance in this case to the June 25th hearing and see what we come up with. Yes, it's continuance until the June 25th date and see. It was rescheduled for today. We still don't know who owns the property.
Trust did not show up.
Board members, according to the property appraiser, this trust does own the property in question, and they have not submitted any evidence to my office or to code enforcement to prove otherwise. The case was continued and is wound up on this hearing today, so and the parties have been notified of the hearing date, and they are not here, so.
Ms. Clayton, do you have something you'd like to say? Okay. All right.
So we,
My opinion and only my opinion for discussion. They got a continuance because they said they didn't own it. They were supposed to bring that paper showing where they did not own it. Nobody showed up. I believe it should be adjudicated and given a short date to do. But it's up to the board, and it would be your motion.
okay, I move in case number CE 20009804. Based on the evidence presented, I find the property is in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinance as listed in the staff's presentation. Further, based on the gravity of the violation, the actions taken by the violator and the violator's history, I grant 10 days to come in compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second the motion. Boyd?
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 10 days, $250 fine. Next case.
Page 3, number 4, case number CE 19019939. This case was pulled per staff. Page 4, number 7, CE 20012907. This case is pulled for lack of service and will be rescheduled. Page 5, number 8, CE 20013143. This case was pulled for lack of service and will be rescheduled. Number 9, CE 200-13148. This case is pulled for lack of service and to be rescheduled. Page 6, number 11, CE 200-13767, complied May 24th, 2021. Page 7, number 13, case number CE 2000-1531. The owner is Sanellis Gilarte, 3613 West Hamilton Avenue. We have service and no one is present.
Officer, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning or afternoon. Sorry. I believe
It's morning somewhere.
Yeah. I believe this case was requested to be pulled from the agenda. They had pulled a permit. So I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, we didn't have it marked, but we can
Yeah.
fill it now if that's what.
They did pull a permit. So yeah, pretty much.
Okay, next case is number 14, CE 2000-8383. The owner is Nicholas and Marlene Mercia, 4002 West Broad Street. We have service and no one is present.
Good afternoon. John Carey, Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. Property in question is located 4002 West Broad Street, Tampa, Florida 33614. The property is owned by Mercia Nicholas and Marlene Mercia. Property was first inspected June 4th, 2020. The initial inspection revealed one violation, which consisted of commercial vehicles. Compliance was achieved June 11th, 2020. I performed a pre-hearing inspection May 4th, 2021. Photographs were taken at the time for this hearing. This property has previously been in violation for commercial vehicles as identified on case number CE 2000-4900, dated April 9th, 2020, and complied May 21st, 2020. Due to previous violations over commercial vehicles, our position is to respectfully request this board grant a remaining compliance order. Thank you.
Board members. I don't know whose turn it is. Go.
I find that in case CE 20008383, that the property was in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as presented. I further find the property is now in compliance with this code provision in order that it remain in compliance with this code provision.
We have a second.
Second the motion, Boyd.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next case.
Page 9, number 20, case number CE 2000-7535. The owner is Ming H. Adamson, location 8510 Radio Lane. We have service and no one is present.
Paul Rowan with Hillsborough. Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 8510 Radio Lane in Tampa began on May 21st of last year. The property is zoned agricultural, single family, 1 per acre. Property is homesteaded. The taxes are paid. The property owner has no previous history. They are not in foreclosure. We have a small amount of accumulations or outside open storage. That's the problem with trying to determine whether she wants to keep it or it's trash. I had a discussion with her yesterday and she told me she was going to show up. I've had a discussion also with her attorney and explained what was outstanding. He actually called me on the 25th because I had remember telling him I was just at the property and telling him that she was not yet in compliance. It's been going on for a while. The last thing she said to me was she was going to sell her house, but she did supposedly was going to show up today. There are no life safety issues at this point.
Okay, members of the board.
I grant 14 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, an amount of $125 per day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Page 12, number 26, CE 2000-9830. This case complied May 24th, 2021. Page 14, number 29, CE 200-10292. This case complied May 24th, 2021. Number 30, CE 200-10305, complied May 24th, 2021. Page 15, number 31, case number CE 200-11596. The owner is Millennial Property Solutions LLC, 5515 North Falkenberg Road. We have service and no one is present.
Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 5515 North Falkenberg Road in Tampa began on August 3rd of 2020. The property has a partially constructed block house on it that was purchased when the current property owner purchased it. The only violations we cited the property for were the accumulations and the very severe overgrowth. The overgrowth is over 6 feet tall. The property is not homesteaded. He has not paid the taxes for 2019 or 2020, but he has no previous history with us. I've spoken to him on the phone, and his words to me were, "It's not hurting anybody. Why is this a problem?" And I explained the code to him, and I have not gotten a phone call back to him or any kind of solution to the problem. He still does own the property. The ownership has not changed. There are no life safety issues at this time.
Thank you. Board members.
KCE 200111596 grant 7 days to come to compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $300 a day be assessed.
Second the motion, Boyd.
We have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case, please.
Turn to page 16, number 33, case number CE 200-12278. The owner is Sherry E. Warren, 3008 Spillers Avenue. We have service and no one is present.
Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 3008 Spillers Avenue in Tampa began on August 18th of 2020. The property is zoned RSC 9. The property is homesteaded and the taxes are paid, but the property owner has had 6 previous cases with 2 in the last 5 years, but no CEB cases. The property still has accumulations, inoperable vehicles, and outside open storage. It may have the plumbing leak. I did speak to the property owner yesterday. She told me she was going to appear to ask for a little more time to try and get this taken care of, the last things. She also told me that the septic system, which is what generated the original complaint, has been resolved. She was not available the day that I did the site visit for the slides, so I was unable to actually inspect the septic system. I can't verify that it actually has been repaired. At this time, there are no life safety issues.
Okay, members of the board.
I make a motion on case number CE 200-12278. I grant 10 days to come into compliance, and if compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
Second, Clayton.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Number 34, CE 200-12442. This case complied May 24th, 2021. Page 17, number 35, case number CE 200-12443. This case complied May 24th, 2021. Number 36, case number CE 200-12865. The owner is James Terry, 1623 North Kingsway Road. We have service and no one is present.
Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 1623 North Kingsway Road began on August 26th of last year. The property is zoned agricultural rural, is not homesteaded, but the taxes are paid and there is no pending foreclosure. There is a pending code compliance case because a mobile home was placed on the property without a permit, but the property owner has no previous history of this. I've spoke to him about this property at least 3 times and once recently. Was my understanding, again, he was going to appear today. He didn't. When I drove by the property yesterday, I did see a dumpster in the yard, and it looks like they're actually starting to get it finally taken care of. No life safety issues.
Okay, members of the board.
I grant 14 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $150 per day be assessed.
Do we have a second?
Second, Clayton.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
Page 20, number 42, case number CE 200141182. The owner is Mohammed El Kazri, 3311 North 75th Street. We have service and no one is present.
Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 3311 North 75th Street began on September 16th of last year. Was secondary to multiple complaints to the sheriff's office and multiple complaints to our department about a tenant that moved into half the property and basically just filled it with trash. The property owner is a repeat violator in case number CE 19002316 with a board order on May 28th of 2019 for accumulations only. The other violations, fences, inoperable vehicles, outside open storage, and commercial vehicles all still exist as of 4 days ago. The tenant is currently under eviction and a writ has been issued. When I went on the 25th, he explained to the deputy that went with me that he was actually going to be out in 2 days. I went by the property yesterday and he is not out. There's no life safety issues at this point.
Okay, board members. Whoever turn it is.
I grant 15 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day be assessed.
He's a repeat violator.
Okay. Let's make it 400.
You've got to put in there about the repeat violation.
The property is again in violation of Hillsborough County codes or ordinances as listed in staff's presentation in the previous order dated 5/28/2019. This constitutes a repeat violation as defined in Florida statutes. I further order that a fine of $300 a day commence as of the date of inspection.
And you're only doing the repeat violation on accumulations, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, correct. Second?
Second the motion, Denise Boyd.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Board members, I'm confused. There's not a per occurrence already ordered on this, so we can't start the fine the day the violation was found. There will be a per occurrence fine for future violations.
Okay, you'll amend your motion for the future violations. You have to amend it.
Okay, and additionally, a fine of $300 a day per occurrence be imposed for any repeat violations after compliance is achieved.
Okay. Second on that?
Second.
Second the motion, Boyd.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And Ms. Meyer, that will be what you need?
I think so. Was that 10 days, 300 per day? And then a 300 per day per occurrence for future violations and for accumulations? Is that correct?
Yes.
Close enough?
10 days, 300.
Okay. Are we ready for the next case?
We sure are.
Oh, good. Number 43, case number CE 200-14242. The owner is the estate of Prosper Dumius, 2805 North 75th Street. We have service and no one is present.
Paul Rowan with Hillsborough County Code Enforcement. This case at 2805 North 75th Street in Tampa began on September 21st of 2020. The property is zoned residential duplex conventional. The property is not homesteaded. It is tenant occupied and the taxes are paid. There is no pending foreclosure. The property owner has 3 previous cases, but has not had a case in the last 5 years, and there's no CAB cases. There's been slow but steady progress on the property. The inoperable vehicles violation is complied, but the accumulations violation is still outstanding. There are no light safety issues.
Hey, board members.
I grant 14 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved by that date, a fine of $250 a day.
Do we have a second?
Second, Clayton.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next case.
And that concludes the agenda.
Mr. Bordenaro, Officer Rowan, thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much for your patience today.
Well, I don't have very many right now, Mr. Rowan, but you've done nothing wrong.
Have a good day, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned.